Okay, we should be live. We should be live. Let me just take a moment to set everything up, then we'll get started. Be with you in a moment. All right, so that should be working. If anybody in the comments can let me know, again, as usual, is the microphone working? Is the audio as clear as usual? Would be much appreciated, of course. Just pour myself a drink, get comfortable, when we can get started. Oh, it's got a good sign. A good sound, should I say. Oh, there we are. Pour myself a drink in my Lord of the Rings glass. And we'll get started. Oh yeah, and if you can hear wind in the background, it's because I've got the window open. Because it's absolutely bloody roasting today. It's too bloody warm, I can't stand it. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. I needed that. Honestly, hate summer. Well, I don't hate summer, but I hate the weather. I hate how like warm it gets, you know. All right, let's check out some of these comments. Where was I? What's happening, Sebastian? How's it going, man? It's a huge fight. Tank got the balls to fight him after 6 years of ducking. Still, it's a good fight, and I will bet on Loma. Probably late stoppage. He's always been confident of beating Tank, yeah. Well, you see, the thing is that the main reason why I wanted to make this stream, and I considered talking about it in a video, but I thought it was the kind of, the kind of topic which I think requires more discussion and varying opinions because again it's got that vibe about it, that air of inevitability that some fighters have around them where even though you see their flaws, like Canelo is a prime example of this. You see their flaws, you see their deficiencies, and you see so many things that their rivals will be able to exploit, but for whatever reason, time and time again, the opponents get in there and they just don't do it. They just don't perform to the best of their ability. And they don't do what you would logically assume they would do going into the fight. You'd think they'd have all these bases covered in preparation. And, a good example of that would be a guy like Canelo, short guy, very slow feet, doesn't really move that well, is a bit of a plodder. You expect just jab and move and keep the fight at long range. But for whatever reason, these guys just don't seem to do it. And they seem to fight in a way that particularly suits Canelo. Well, Tank Davis has that exact same vibe about him, doesn't he? He's one of these guys who you watch him and he's got so many flaws, so many things that could easily be exploited. And you would logically assume that the opponents he fights would exploit those flaws. But for whatever reason, it just doesn't happen, you know? So I didn't want to just make a video like a breakdown prediction. I wanted to actually make a live stream and get everybody else's opinions on it and, kind of see if I'm not the only one who's seeing this with Tank Davis. But logically, going into the fight, like let's say he signs to fight Lomachenko next, and the fight happens in, I don't know, November, whenever they're talking about it happening. With the form that Lomachenko was in his last fight against Kambosos, and with Tank Davis having been, in my opinion, not really developed at all in his career because he's had everything his own way, how does Tank Davis win the fight? How does he? Like, I can't logically come up with I can't envision a scenario in my mind where Tank Davis goes out there and legitimately wins this fight. I can't see it unless there's some skullduggery involved, That, to me, that's the only way that the fight could even be remotely competitive. And the only way that Tank Davis, given his flaws, could somehow pull off the win in that fight, the only way is if the boxing establishment steps in and scripts the fight or compromises Loma in some way. Because judging the fight, looking at it stylistically, looking at it and taking into consideration the attributes that both guys bring to the table, it's not even a competitive fight, not even close. Like Lomachenko could win this fight. Uh, he could win this fight without a training camp. Just on technical ability, as far as I'm concerned. If it's a real fight, if it's all above board, I don't see. I literally cannot envision a single way that Tank Davis could legitimately win this fight. I literally can't even get my head around it. The fight will end in a robbery by split decision, with one judge having it 117 on a level in favor of Davis, something bogus like that, and then he'll retire, avoiding unifying with the other guys. I could see that. I could see a robbery, but again, it's a situation where Tank Davis has so many flaws. Where could the fight even be close enough for it to be a robbery? Like, could it? You know? I mean, I just see it as, to me, it's a mismatch. Like, from a technical point of view, it's a mismatch. And, we can't use the excuse afterwards that Lomachenko was short or past his prime, because in his last fight, in my opinion, Lomachenko looked just as good as ever. Like, when he fought George Kambosos, he still showed he has stamina. He's still fast. He's still got power. He was able to carry the power to the later rounds. He was able to fight at a decent pace. He was able to get inside, get underneath punches, work the body. He was able to systematically deconstruct and break down Kambosos. And I don't see why he can't do the same thing to Tank Davis, who's a very, very short, stubby, stationary target. Like a fighter who's very, very limited. I don't see why. I can't, like I said, I can't even envision a way that Tank Davis could legitimately win this fight. The guy was outboxed by Isaac Cruz. And not only that, he was outboxed by Rolly Romero for stretches of that fight. You don't get outboxed by Rolly Romero and go on to beat Lomachenko legitimately. So I have my doubts as to whether this fight even happens, because if it's a real fight, if Lomachenko goes into it to spoil the party and to legitimately win, it's a big mistake from Tank Davis and his team. It's kind of like throwing him under the bus situation. That's what it's kind of like to me. Yeah, Lomachenko, low difficulty. Davis is fodder. Yeah, should be. Oh, the audio's good. All right, thanks, mate. I appreciate it. God bless you, man. Yeah, how's it going, man? Yeah, what's up? I give Loma a very good chance to beat Tank. Yeah, exactly. I give him more than a good chance. I think it's. I honestly think it's a mismatch. I do. Like I said, if it's a real fight, to me, it's a mismatch. Maybe Lomachenko. Yeah, I could see a robbery, but again, it would have to be like an egregious robbery where the judges literally are just reading a book or something and not even watching the fight, because I think it will be that one-sided. Shout out to Delboy, by the way. Good to see you here, man. Don't care about Loma versus Tank past its sell-by date. Then there is whether it's real. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking, because again, if it's a real fight, as far as I'm concerned, it's an indication of Tank Davis's team setting him up to lose. Because with how Lomachenko looked in his last fight, with the kind of stamina he showed, the kind of power he showed, there is no way that Tank Davis is going to beat him. There's no way. He can't do it legitimately, in my opinion, and he knows it. Like Tank Davis for years. Somebody else mentioned he's been ducking Lomachenko for 6 years. He could have fought him at 135 when they both had a title there, but he wasn't interested, was he? And he hasn't been interested all these years. And I'm wondering why it is he's interested now. Why all of a sudden? For years, Tank Davis wouldn't even mention Loma. He wouldn't say anything about him. Wouldn't show any interest in the fight. Never made any effort to get the fight. Why now, all of a sudden, is Tank Davis so determined to fight Lomachenko? So much so to the point where Bob Arum is seemingly confident that the fight's going to happen, or it's going to be a negotiation. Especially this year. Like I'm just confused by the situation. All the boxing media keeps talking about how is Tank Davis the man, or how Tank Davis is the man to beat at lightweight, and how no one can beat him. Meanwhile, he hasn't fought an A-level opposition yet. Yeah, and he's been outboxed by like D-level opponents. Again, he was outboxed by Rolly Romero. Guys, you don't get outboxed by Rolly Romero and lose rounds to that guy if you're a world-class lightweight. You don't. Okay, Rolly Romero couldn't even legitimately beat um, Barroso. You know, he got absolutely bitch slapped by Isaac Cruz. Guys, Tank Davis, to me, Tank Davis is the definition of a hype job. That guy has nothing. He has absolutely nothing to bring to the table. Like, look, he has nothing that Lomachenko hasn't seen before. Like, Lomachenko has fought guys who are on his level and completely and utterly embarrassed them. Right? Look at what he did to the likes of Jose Pedraza. Look at what he did to the likes of um, Nicholas Walters. Big punchers, good fighters, but on a similar sort of level to Tank Davis. Look at what he did to Kambosos in his last fight. Look, Lomachenko again. People seem to be under the impression that Lomachenko is a shot fighter or something like that. But I don't know. I don't see it. Like, look, I looked at that Kambosos fight, and don't get me wrong, it's Kambosos. I don't really rate him, but just ignoring who Kambosos is and just looking at what Loma brought to the table, the eye test, I didn't see any significant decline from Loma. If anything, to me, he looks like a more economical fighter now. He doesn't waste as much energy now. And, with a guy like Devin Haney being significantly bigger than him, and with Loma being able to comprehensively outbox him and still being able to push him back, he's going to go in there against Tank Davis, who I think is around about the same size as Loma. He might even be smaller. A guy who's very, very crude, who relies on his strength and relies on his power. Are you telling me, like, is anybody out there going to legitimately tell me, with a straight face, that Tank Davis is going to go in there and outbox Lomachenko? Like, is he going to go out there and do a number on Lomachenko? Really? Like, how is that even possible? I mean, if Lomachenko has like an aneurysm or a heart attack or something in the ring, then maybe. But I mean, Tank could land a lucky punch and win by knockout. That could happen, I suppose. But you could have said that about Nicholas Walters. You could have said that about Lopez. You could have said that about Rigondeaux. Like, you could say that about any of these guys who have power. They could have all landed a lucky punch and they didn't. So I don't know, man. I just think the fight's a mismatch if it's real. Yeah, yeah. Tank is doing the Mayweather strategy of aging Loma out, but again, I don't think it's worked. I mean, Loma's not that old. I mean, yeah, he's getting on a bit, but he's not so old to the point where he can't get through a hard 12-round fight and perform to the best of his ability. I'm sure he can. You know, Tank can't jab. He heavily relies on counter punching. Doesn't use his jab to set them up. Yeah, he just wings. He wings overhand punches like Deontay Wilder does, and just occasionally gets lucky and lands something. But yeah, you can get away with that against low-level opponents and hand-picked opponents and guys who aren't there to win and who are weight drained. But can you get away with that against a world-class fighter like Lomachenko? Two-time Olympic gold medalist, three-weight world champion. Guys, this fight's a mismatch. It is. Yeah, Tank gets outboxed by most of his opponents. He got outboxed by Rolly Romero. Come on, man. Tank would just have to land the perfect shot if it's real. He would lose next to every round if he isn't hurting Loma. Yeah, I agree. Like I can't envision any way he could outbox Loma. Like if the fight's a technical fight, Loma wins every single second of every single round that he doesn't get caught with a big shot. Tank had a lot on the plate, very unlikable. Yeah. Even an aging Loma beats the dog shit out of Tank. Tank is quicker, but Loma has better footwork, yeah. And that's what they say, timing beats speed. Loma might have slowed down a bit. He's not as fast as he used to be, but he's a lot more savvy now. Like, he's learnt the game a lot better now. And like I said earlier, he's a lot more economical with his punches now. He picks his punches, and that was why in the Kambosos fight, every punch Loma landed did damage. Kambosos was completely clueless in there, had no idea what to do. And it's because, like I said, Loma's being very, very economical with his punches. He chooses the right moment to strike. He doesn't just try to overwhelm you like he used to in the amateurs or in the early part of his pro career. Now he actually lands hard, effective punches. Like he's lower volume, but he's a lot more economical and a lot more accurate. Because it's important to be economical with your punches as you get older. Would rather see Loma versus Zepeda, to be honest. Yeah, that'll be a great fight. Really good fight. I think Zepeda is a much better athlete than Tank. Might even be a bigger puncher, if truth be told. He might be, but he's definitely a better athlete, I think. Tank has been officially ducking Loma since 2016. That's going on nearly 9 years. I think Tank has ducked Loma longer than Floyd ducked Pac. Yeah, yeah, he probably has actually. And yeah, he's going to need Loma to have like a serious injury or like a major, major decline in order to beat him. And would rather see Ryan versus Tank with no dehydration. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And with no dehydration and with Ryan actually having a proper training camp and coming to win, I make him the favorite. Because again, all he has to do is jab and move. And, the stationary Tank who likes to wing wild shots wouldn't have a clue. He wouldn't have a clue what to do against that type of style. But I think Ryan Garcia was compromised in that fight, and he just didn't fight to the best of his ability. It is what it is. Loma easily schools Tank. Yeah, yeah, I agree. Tank still hasn't won a legitimate title, and the one he has now was emailed to him. Yeah. Yeah, he's a what is it? A three-weight regular champion or something like that. Yeah, he's had the regular championship in multiple divisions, but the fanboys are happy. Yeah, how's it going, Lee? Good to see you here, man. Tank did beat the great Liam Walsh. Yeah, yeah, to be fair, he beat the great Liam Walsh in the UK. He went into the lion's den and took him out. Yep, so yeah, we can't take that away from him. Liam Walsh was such a disappointment, wasn't he? Tank never won a legitimate title. He undefeated against women. Yeah, he's undefeated against his baby mamas. Grabbing them by the throat and dragging them outside. To do who knows what. Tank doesn't hit that hard. He doesn't throw punches, and nobody lands on Loma's chin. Yeah, yeah. Loma very rarely gets caught clean, even when he does all that stupid fancy pants shit when he crosses his feet and fights like an idiot sometimes. Like against Haney, Loma took way too many risks that he didn't need to take, and he still doesn't get caught clean very often. Like the only fight I ever saw him got hit clean, like somewhat consistently, was Linares, and that's because I think he got overconfident and he got caught with that right hand a few times. But once he adjusted to it, he completely took over, got right back to work, and got the knockout. So yeah, Loma's a very good fighter. He really is. Tank definitely doesn't have nothing. He's extremely evasive in the pocket and deadly when he's close. He knows how to set up shots and is a great counterpuncher. Yeah, a great counterpuncher against D-class fighters like Rolly Romero. What after getting outboxed for the majority of the fight, it's very, very different when you fight a genuine world class opponent who not only has boxing skills but has the athleticism to match you that Loma certainly does. I mean, nobody's going to tell me that Tank is a better athlete than Lomachenko. No way. I don't even think he's a better athlete than than Zepeda or Ryan Garcia. I noticed Nicholas Walters came back a few weeks ago. Oh, did he now? And beat a decent gatekeeper and Joseph Adolm at lightweight. I didn't know that. I might check that out. Interesting. Maybe he could end up in the mix at some point. I thought he was retired. I did. All Tank does is move around and wait for that big shot, yeah. And then somehow he lands it. He only has to be perfect once. Like Wilder, I am a king. We will rise again. If Ryan Garcia came to win against Tank, I'd favour him by first round KO. Yeah, I wouldn't go that far, but I do think he would win. Maybe by like a late stoppage. There's a reason why Tank seems so against taking the Saudi money because maybe those fights look more real. Yeah, yeah. Because if he accepts that money, he might have to fight some real fights with neutral officials, and I think he knows where his bread's buttered. His bread's buttered in the PBC. Where they handpick guys for him, like that Frank Martin guy. They literally built that guy up and handpicked him for Tank Davis. Literally the definition of a handpicked opponent. Tank is 5'5.5" and Loma's 5'7". Tank is just a roided up midget. That's why he weighs so much. Yeah, yeah. Tank is naturally smaller than Loma for sure. Yeah, shout out to Bruce, man. Good to see you here, bro. God bless you. I favour Inoue late stoppage against Tank. I think Tank might be a bit big for Inoue because I mean, what is it, like 3 divisions higher? So I don't know about that, but I definitely think Inoue could win on points. Like, I don't think he'd stop him. I think he'd win on points potentially if it was a real fight. They are overhyping Tank for beating a drained Frank Martin again. And who is Frank Martin? That guy came out of nowhere and was literally just handpicked for Tank. I think the reason why he was given a bit of promotion was to build him up for Tank, to be Tank's opponent. That was his role, in my opinion. That was why he was selected. That's why the media started promoting him. Some Davis gets another interim belt at welterweight. Yeah, you could move up to welterweight and become the regular champion again, or an interim champion. Make him a 4-weight regular champion. I do not want Loma versus Tank. Yeah, because there's that. Again, it's got that air of inevitability about it, where you just don't know where it's going to be real. Tank won't be able to deal with the distant foot pressure and angers a Loma when he's coming forward. Yeah, like if Loma gets foot position on Tank, utilizes the southpaw stance, you think Tank is going to be able to just swing a big overhand shot and catch him? Like is he going to be able to land that consistently enough to win the fight? I very much doubt it. Gervonta Davis beat the legendary Frank Martin. He's pound for pound number 1 and the greatest of all time, or greatest lightweight of all time. And all jokes aside, Loma schools Stank unless Stank waits him out another 6 years. Yeah, waits another 6 years, and Loma might have declined enough for the fight to be like vaguely competitive. We'll see. Yeah. Look, I wouldn't blame Loma if he didn't take the fight, but at this stage of Loma's career, where else is he gonna go? Who's he gonna fight? What is he gonna move up to 140? I don't know, man. The bar is set so low for US and Western fighters. Foreign fighters have to do 10 times the work to get half the credit. Well, I mean, a perfect example of that is Usyk, right? Look at what Usyk has done. Usyk became undisputed heavyweight champion, undisputed cruiserweight champion, undefeated, won all his fights on the road, beat guys who were 40 pounds heavier. And all anybody wants to talk about is how AJ got the tactics wrong and Tyson Fury got exposed. Like very few people in like the normie boxing media are actually giving Usyk credit. When Usyk beat AJ, for example, the narrative was, oh, AJ should have bullied him. He should have used his size and his aggression. And, he's just a bodybuilder. He got exposed. Instead of people crediting Usyk for his technical brilliance and for what he was able to do. And I see the same in the aftermath of the Fury fight. People are saying Fury was never that good. He was a hype job and Usyk just exposed him. Yet instead of actually giving Usyk credit for what he was able to do, and actually giving him the credit for being a pound for pound level fighter, the Usyk has to do so much to get any credit or any respect from the media, whereas a guy like Tank Davis can, like I said, he can win a regular title and he's already pound for pound. Tank is just lazy. He's been boxing since he was 5 and a natural. As a natural, he loses rounds but is in control of the fight all the time. Yeah, but against C-level fighters or D-level fighters, he wouldn't be able to be lazy against Lomachenko. He would have to fight consistently throughout the course of the 12 rounds. He would have to be on his game to give himself a chance of winning it. If there's one boxer I want to see lose, it's Tank, and he's so overrated. Yeah, well, if he fights Lomachenko, if that's real, I expect him to lose. Ryan said we can have a real fight at 140. What? Yeah. What more evidence do people need to acknowledge the fight was fake? Yeah, he did. He said we can run it back in a real fight. Those were his exact words. Ryan Garcia literally admitted that, as far as I'm concerned, that's literally an admission. He admitted that the fight wasn't real. So I'm sure the normies will find some way to rationalize it, or they'll sweep it under the carpet. But yeah, it tells you everything you need to know. Loma wins, but worried Loma will try to overextend himself to avoid a robbery situation, like what happened with Haney. Yeah, well, that's always a risk. Loma would have to go for the stoppage, but he would have to be tactful about it. I see what you're saying. He doesn't want to be so overly eager to where he exerts himself and gets caught with one of them big swinging overhand shots from Tank. Loma would need to, in my opinion, get foot position, and and work the body, come in at angles, and just slowly chip away at Tank, slowly break him down, and stop him late or make him quit. I don't think he should go in there like all guns blazing, trying to blast him out of there. That wouldn't be wise, because the one thing that Tank does have is a bit of power. Yeah, how's it going, Thomas? God bless you, man. I had a Tank fan a few days ago try to tell me that Tank has a better resume than Loma. Yeah, well, I'm assuming that person is like severely mentally retarded, or they're just a dishonest piece of shit, because it has to be one or the other, or they just don't know anything about boxing, and they just think that the WBA regular title is like the crown jewel of boxing or something, because they just don't know any better. Maybe. Have you talked about Vozdik's obvious dive yet? I've not watched it yet. I haven't seen the fight. So yeah, I'd need to watch it first before I make a decision on that. Tank is really good. He hasn't proved it yet, but I'd favor him now versus Loma. Prime Loma, no way. And Tank ducked that version of Loma for years, yeah. And even now, I don't think Loma has regressed enough for Tank to have a realistic chance. I just don't see it. The Mexican monster, more like the Mexican mincer. He's a proper light punching fanny as Benavidez. Yeah, Benavidez strikes me as a type of fighter who, at the higher weight divisions, isn't going to be as effective, because I think being the bigger, stronger, more durable guy and the more assertive guy is what gives him the vast majority of his success. He's a very athletic individual naturally, but he's a guy who relies on it a bit too much, more so than his technical skills. So, yeah, there's something to be concerned about with Benavidez. I think the guy is going to need to improve technically. Billum Smith was dull, a collie cousin holding. Well, do you know what? I'm happy for Billum Smith. I'm actually becoming a big fan of him, because that's two hype jobs that he's exposed now. He's exposed that degenerate Lawrence Okolie, and now he's exposed another boring establishment hype job in Reactpor. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Chris Billum Smith. He's slowly becoming one of my favorite fighters in the sport. And he's proven me wrong on a few occasions now. Most black American fighters are fruity, and you could say the same for black British. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that, sadly. But at least we got Chris Billum Smith to humble them, eh? Put them in their place. Good and proper. Tank is really good. He has average fighters like Mario Barrios and Hector Garcia taking dives for him. Yeah. Yeah, he does, yeah. Tank versus Loma is unification, which is a must see for me. Yeah, if it's a unification, that makes it more in demand, doesn't it, for fans, because we want to see champions fight each other. Goes without saying. Frank Martin looked like a skeleton in there. Looked like Skeletor in there, and yet people giving Tank full credit as usual. Yeah, it's the same. Look, it's the same argument that I've had for years about Terence Crawford. Every single opponent Terence Crawford fights has a dehydration clause. They all look like crap on the scales and in the fight. Yet none of the normie boxing fans or anybody in the boxing media ever mentions this. They're just like, yeah, Terence Crawford, man, Bud Crawford, he paying for pain, man. And there's never any talk or any indication that we need to take into consideration the circumstances of the fight. It's just people look at what's on paper and say, "Yeah, man, very careful, man. He paid for pain. He owned his beauty, man." That's all it comes down to. It's just so low IQ, you know. Right, Loma will dive against Tank just like he did against Teofimo Bumpez. Yeah, I could see that. Like, look again. I think I hinted at it earlier on. The only way I see Tank winning is if it ain't a real fight. You know, that's the only realistic chance I give to Tank. But if it's not, like if it's anything even resembling a real fight, Lomachenko will systematically take him apart and probably stop him or at least beat him on points. You know, Reakpo has got to be one of the best example of a. He's big, he got muscles, he's great, hype job. Never understood how so many sold Chris Smith short. Could you see a tournament like Super Six at Cruiser? Yeah, well, they already had one with the World Boxing Super Series before, but I think it failed to make money. So I don't see anything like that happening for a long, long time. And there's no big names at cruiserweight right now, so I can't really see it. But I tell you right now, I'm very like I said, I'm becoming a very big fan of Chris Smith because that guy keeps proving everybody wrong. Like he's a guy who you would have never have thought would be world champion. And not only that, but he became world champion and he's exposing hype jobs back to back who are favored to beat him. You know, he's exposing them. And he's not always the A side too. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Chris Smith. I think he's doing great. I wish him all the best, you know. If Usyk was a black American, he will be talked about as the GOAT. Mate, Usyk is doing something nobody in the sport has ever done before. Nobody has gone to as many countries as he has and be undefeated world-class fighters in their backyard. You know, not only beating them, but beating them convincingly, becoming undisputed in two divisions, defeating fighters who have a 40-pound weight advantage on him. Nobody in the history of boxing has ever had accolades like Usyk. Yet all anybody wants to talk about is what his opponents did wrong or how his opponents were exposed. Guys, Tyson Fury is an all-time great heavyweight in terms of boxing ability and what he brings to the table. And the fact that Usyk was able to beat him convincingly, that should put Usyk in beyond all-time great category of boxing, you know? We should be talking about what an all-time great Usyk is instead of trying to downplay the accomplishment, you know, which I think a lot of people are doing. It's what it is. That's normie boxing fans for you. Learning about PEDs enlarging hearts worries me for all the athletes and actors and everybody taking them. Yeah. That's one thing that scares the crap out of me, and it's the main reason why I will never take PEDs because I would never take those kinds of PEDs anyway that come with those kind of risks or those kind of side effects. You know, I definitely don't want to do that. Yeah, people saying AJ should have been more aggressive and used his size is easier said than done. Yeah, it's easier said than done when you're getting hit by a world class technical boxer. You know, you saw what happened in the second fight. He tried to use his size and he still lost. So again, I talked about it at the time. What I think AJ tried to do in the first fight was he tried to use his long reach. He tried to land hard, accurate, effective shots from long range, and he tried to use that to get him the decision, basically, to placate to the judges. You know, and I think it was a wise strategy given the circumstances. What's your general thoughts on Matthias losing his first fight away from PBC? Does it make his fights prior look suspicious? I don't think so, personally. Like, I've not seen the fight yet, the Liam Powell fight, but I did think it was a tough fight. You know, from day one, I thought that was going to be a hard fight and a tough fight for Matthias, and it was a kind of style that he hadn't dealt with before as a professional. So I don't think that Matthias ever had the kind of clout to have the kind of dives that the other PBC guys had. I mean, his fights, from what I've seen of them, they looked real, but that's just my opinion, you know. I've sparred people that were ranked above Tio in the amateurs and did well. Tio was horrible, yeah. Yeah, Tio's a complete fraud, in my opinion. I've always said that. Tio has fixed fights his entire career. That's why Tio Senior said we never should have left Top Rank because Eddie Hearn didn't fix the Cambosos fight and he lost. Yeah, I said so at the time. I said that at the time. Tiafimo, right, left Top Rank, was talking mad shit about Bob Arum and about or other promoters. He tried to go with Triller, but they couldn't come up with the money, and that fight was basically left on the shelf for nearly a year. Right, the Cambosos fight. They ended up fighting on neutral territory, right, in the zone with Eddie Hearn. Neither one of them was under contract, as far as I'm aware. So they were both free agents. And you got what happened there was you got a real fight. It was the first real fight of his entire career. And yeah, Tio got badly exposed. Just like I said he would if he ever had a real fight. I said so at the time. You know, um, Tank predicted he would KO Frank in round 8 before the fight. Is that the round that the fight ended? I didn't even watch it. I don't know how people can believe these fixed fights are real. Yeah, definitely Tiafimo. Like, I don't know what it is about Tiafimo, but to me, he's one of the most, like, because people see it with Canelo, they see it with Tank, they see it with Wilder, they see it with the Charlos. But for some reason, with Tiafimo, it goes over everybody's head. When every single one of his opponents is scared of the counter punches. I mean, look, I'm sick of talking about it. You guys know. You guys know. Those of you that are in the know, I'm preaching to the choir. Everybody knows Teofimo Lopez has had numerous fixed fights, and again, it gets me that people see it with the likes of Wilder, but they can't see it with him. I don't know why that is. I really don't. Vosdick didn't come to win. Benavidez was spent in the last 4 rounds. Vosdick barely threw a punch in anger. Yeah, I saw your post-fight review for it, Del, but I didn't. I've not actually watched the fight yet. But I mean to, though. I would like to see it because I'd just like to um, assess it myself. Essentially, that's basically why I want to watch it. But yeah, I definitely will need to look at it, and it wouldn't surprise me one bit if it was just a sparring session. Willem Smith beating Huckoli was one of my favorite fights in boxing. Yeah, yeah, one of my favorite nights. It's interesting. I remember that was the same night that because I was at a fight at the time. I'm sure it was the same night that not Warrington, sorry, that Lee Wood fought Lara in the rematch. Because I went to that fight, and I remember while I was at that fight, my mate was like checking on his phone for the results, and he found the Willem Smith beating a Coley result, and I was just like, yes! I was like cheering in front of everybody. It was funny, man, because I'm like, yeah, I was so happy that happened. Americans think WWF is real boxing. Yeah, boxing's just as fake as that a lot of the time. So I wish I could jump on, but busy. Yeah, no problem, man. That's all good. However, Tank only has little more than a puncher's chance versus Loma. Yeah. Yeah, how's it going? How's it going, Thunderdome, man? God bless you. Everyone go subscribe to Thunderdome. Yeah, that's all Tank has, realistically. Like, that's the only way he could legitimately win the fight, is with a lucky punch, because without that, he gets smoked. He really does. I really felt CBS would lose to Reactpor. Yeah, same. I did too. They even had the fight in Reactpor's hometown, and the ref was on his side. CBS didn't read the script. I got a ton of respect for him. Yeah, same, man. That guy. Like, it's interesting because I watched CBS's fights early in his career when he was fighting on Channel 5. I think it was Channel 5 anyway. And I thought to myself, he looks good, but I thought he will only be a domestic level cruiserweight. Like, I thought he'd be like British level and maybe European level at best, but I didn't think he'd go far beyond that. But he has gone so much further than I ever thought he would, and I'm so happy for him because he's, like you said, he's refused to read the script. He's beaten 2 hype jobs now. He's won a world title, and he's establishing himself as a champion. He didn't just win a title then lose in his first defense. He's actually defended it a couple of times against quality opposition, and he's won so far. So very impressed with him. I really am. Yeah, Tank has beat nobody. He's beat like D-class fighters like Frank Martin, Mario Barrios. These are not world-class opponents. I don't care what anyone says. Yeah, Tank is a bum too, without a doubt. Absolutely. Crawford's cement gloves will probably help him a lot. Yeah, his cement gloves and his dehydration clauses. CBS is underrated, but I think Zerdo beats him. Oh yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt, I would be shocked if he beat Zerdo. I have to be honest, because I think Zerdo might be the best cruiserweight right now. So, but look, if CBS wins that fight, if he proves me wrong again, That's badass. He probably will be one of my absolute favorite fighters in boxing if he does that, and I'm rooting for him. I hope he wins it. But again, I rate Zurdo Ramirez very highly. I think Zurdo Ramirez is an elite fighter, so I cannot see that. Cannot see that. Gary Russell dropped Loma. No, he didn't. I think you have memory problems because that never happened. Calling it now, Loma stops Tank via body TKO. Could see that because he don't like it to the body. Tank doesn't like it to the body. British got no good white fighters. Well, no, you're wrong about that because they got CBS and he's kicking ass right now. So yeah. Sven makes a good point. Think there is something I don't trust about Loma. I think he is culpable or corruptible, to be honest. Don't know what it is about him, but he seems shifty. Yeah. Well, I think they've all got their price. All these guys can be bought off. All these guys can be intimidated. All of them can be compromised. I don't put it past anybody. Like if somebody put a gun to like your child's head and said, or let's you don't even need to go that far. Let's just say your opponent has cartel connections, and somebody sends you a message saying, if you want your kids to live, you better lose the fight. You're gonna lose the fight. Let's be honest. You're not gonna take that chance, are you? If somebody offers you like 10 million to lose a fight, and the most you've ever made is like 100 grand, let's be honest. A lot of people are gonna take it, aren't they? A lot of people. Loma sent Gary Russell, Haney, Rigo, and Nicholas Walters back to the cotton field. Oh, that's funny. Exactly, CPB. Don't forget the legend Frank Martin. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Frank Martin was literally, I was talking about this earlier. He was literally built up and groomed to be Tank Davis's opponent. That, in my opinion, that's why the media started talking about Frank Martin and promoting him. He was literally the guy that they built up just to be an opponent, like an undefeated guy who looks good on the record and who had a bit of hype, and it just makes his resume, look a lot better. Basically, because people in 10 years' time will look back at BoxRec, they'll see Tank Davis's record and they'll say, "Oh yeah, he beat that undefeated prospect Frank Martin that was all the rage at the time. Everybody was talking about him." And what the casuals won't know is that people like us never rated Frank Martin. We never thought much of him. So it's not that big a deal. After watching Tank's sparring session with Haney, that's how his fights would look if they were real. Yeah, 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 probably. You see that with Canelo too. Canelo gets schooled in sparring by like average guys, and then he fights and he's like Mike Tyson. Tyson Fury sucks. Well, if Tyson Fury sucks, I mean, what you're saying there is you're saying that Usyk's victory wasn't that big a deal because he beat a fighter who sucks, right? So why would you credit him? Like if you beat somebody who sucks, that's what you're supposed to do if you're a good fighter. So it's downplaying the victory. Yeah, Leo Santa Cruz, a 118 pounder, or he was. Usyk achieved the 100% completion percentage in the sport of boxing. Yeah, he did. Yeah, Fury was like the platinum trophy, wasn't he? Once he got that, he got 100% completion. It's like me when I played Duke Nukem Forever. I got everything. Joe Rogan told us Tyson Fury was the greatest of all time. Oh, well, if Joe Rogan said it, then absolutely, there's no denying it because Joe Rogan is, of course, a martial arts expert and he knows everything. So, yeah, he better not backtrack on that now. So right now, Joe Rogan should be saying that Usyk is the greatest of all time, and if he's not, then I'm gonna need an explanation for that. Haney is a chinless bum. He walks around at over 190. Beat up by an over the hill featherweight. Absolutely embarrassing, yeah. And to think there's some people out there who literally claimed that Devin Haney should be on the pound for pound list, despite the fact he has literally never even been remotely a similar size to any of the guys he's beaten. The first time he fought anybody bigger, which was Ryan Garcia, he got smoked. That's you can't in all honesty call that guy a pound for pound fighter ever. Remember when Tank was chubby at lower weight? Now he's ripped at a higher weight. Just saying, yeah. Probably all natural supplements, whey protein, something like that. He probably eats lots of chicken and rice. In quotations. Ban versus Estrada. I think that's a pretty standard fight. I think Bam should win it pretty easily. Estrada is a bit past his prime now. He's been very, very inactive over the years. Should have more losses than he has. He got a couple of gifts against against Chocolatito, sorry. And Bam is the bigger man, like naturally, even though he was lower. And I think he's naturally bigger, and he's a lot younger and hits harder. I think Bam will win, probably late stoppage or on points. He ain't even 6'9". He lies about his height. Yeah, I don't really care about that. All of these overhyped white boxers are trash. Oh, okay. I'll reserve judgment on you. I'll decide whether or not to kick you out of here until I see your next comment. They'll never learn. I think Loma has. I'll never lose to a black since he never has. Yeah, he should have said. If I was Loma, that's what I'd have said. After Haney said that, I'd have been like, "Whoa, I'll never let a black boy beat me," And if anybody gets mad, all I got to do is ask him, "Well, why didn't you get mad when he said it? Is there is there a double standard or something?" It's almost as if there's a double standard. The PBC pays bums to take dives against black fighters because their fans are too slow to realize it. When Tank knock out Loma, this clown would say Loma was too old. Is he talking about me? Am I this clown? I'll let you clarify that in your next comment. Who the clown is? Liam Paro would stop Tio in round 1 in a real fight. Wouldn't surprise me. Do you remember there were talks of them fighting? Yeah. Well, how old is Loma now? Is he like 35, 36 or something? Something like that. I don't know, man. Something like that. What black? Haney got smoked. Yeah, exactly. I know. Loma's never lost to anybody. Clearly, has he? He's never lost legitimately in his career. Anyway. You are really a loser, aren't you? Stop pretending you're a black guy. You're probably whiter than me. Yeah, I noticed that a lot of these like LARPers in the comments who pretend to be black guys. I think a lot of them are white, or just trolling. I think a lot of them are. Loma got dropped 2 times by a fighter who isn't even a KO fighter. What does that even mean? A KO fighter? Yeah, I think I've had enough of this guy. I'm sure he'll come back. I'm sure he'll come back on another account. He'll probably pretend to be Mexican that time. I don't know. Right, where was I? Just I was cleaning up the trash there, getting rid of some of them. And now I've lost my place in the bloody chat thanks to him. Yeah, there it was. Haney got smoked. Yep, exactly. Like anyone that says Loma lost to Haney is just a liar because he didn't. Lomachenko fighting Tank is the equivalent of Neo fighting the army of Agent Smiths in the Matrix Reloaded. Yeah. Loma would just see everything coming. It's like Haney said in the corner. Remember during the fight, Haney said to Bill in the corner, Bill Haney, he said he sees everything that I'm doing before I do it, or he knows, he knows what I'm gonna do before I do it. That was what he literally said. Where did these normie boxing fans come from? Probably Reddit, Reddit or Quora or something. They were done talking about Shrek, so they came over here. Vosdick should be ashamed of himself. He's a sellout. I just hope he retires now. Yeah. From what I'm hearing, he kind of took it easy on him and just sparred with him. So it's a shame because Vosdick had a lot of talent, but I think after that Beterbiev fight, he was never going to be the same. Old past his prime, Ricky Burns gave Crawford a hard fight. Yeah, and let's not forget, Ricky couldn't even spar for that fight because 5 months earlier he had a broken jaw. So, but yeah, Crawford wasn't even able to drop him. So I guess that proves that Crawford is an absolute hype job. And because let's not forget, that was the only fight that Crawford had outside of America. So he probably didn't have his dehydration clause and his his loaded gloves and whatnot. So yeah, Crawford exposed. Can you see Loma laying down against Tank like he did against Tio? I don't think so. But money talks. Any possibility Loma does? Well, he would have to in order for Tank to have any chance of winning. Because how does Tank win that fight legitimately? What does he do to win that fight? He doesn't have anywhere near the technical ability or the athleticism, and Loma is bigger than him. So I just can't see a way he could win. Just can't see it. If they can get American children to think WWE is real, they can get American adults to think professional boxing is real. Of course they can. It's brainwashing. Normies can't think for themselves. They need the TV and the radio and the newspapers and the news to tell them what to think. They can't think for themselves. Yeah, how's it going, JD, man? God bless you. Crawford's a bum, worst resume out there along with Tank. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Loma doesn't like it to the body, so Tank KO, Tank nut huggers. Yeah. He don't like it to the body. Salute Nordic. Yeah, how's it going, Paul? God bless you, man. Tell me about Kidulthood then. What you mean the film Kidulthood? What do you think of that to me that film is probably the most accurate depiction of modern Britain. And I'm not even joking there. I say that completely unironically. It's probably the most accurate depiction of modern Britain. Opetaya and Ramirez beat CBS without much trouble. But he might go the distance with both as he's a tough guy. Yeah. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me. I think CBS, the only chance he would have in those fights is to try and make it a shootout early on and try and catch him with something big. Because Ramirez isn't that big a puncher at cruiserweight, but he's so much more technically skilled. So he would have no chance in a boxing match. And Opetaya obviously has one punch power of his own, but that's the risk you'd have to take. Because I can't see Smith like outboxing either of them. Just can't see it. Wish him all the best, but I can't see it. I just got here. Yeah, how's it going, man? But wanted to say I'm disappointed Tank waited so long to fight Loma. Even if Tank wins, it's only going to be because he waited until Loma was well past his prime. Yeah, probably. But even now, I don't think he can beat Loma. Can't see it in a real fight. Lomachenko, no, I don't believe it. Tank, believe it or not, you piece of shit. You still gonna... Yeah. These Brits are racist, but have a soccer team full of black African babies. Africa babies. I don't watch football. Football's for normies and homosexuals, so I'm not into it. Nah, Tank wants to fight Loma 8 years later. Yeah, I don't see why though, because Loma looked very good in his last fight. So does he know something? I don't. Yeah, Zerdo is the best cruiserweight until Tank moves up. Yeah, if Tank moves up, they'll all be scared of the counter punches. That's what will happen. Canelo is so bad that Munguia won several rounds by accident. Yeah, Munguia just took it easy on him. That's another obviously fixed fight. Obviously. Just another sparring session. That's what it is. Before the CBS fight, I went and watched the Masternock fight and thought, how did Bellend beat this guy? Cruiserweights are slightly weak. Yeah, that was a close fight. Like, some people actually thought Masternock beat Bellew. A very close fight, but I think some people thought Masternock won. Yeah, Fury's definitely the best heavyweight in the UK. I don't think it's even close. Not even close. Nope, that was a fixed fight. He didn't get beat, and plus he didn't get beat. He won clearly, and it was a fixed fight. Did Martin duck Haney or Shakur to fight Tank? I can't remember. It may be both. Frank only got 500k to fight Tank. That's not a bad amount of money for a dive, is it? Or whatever it was. I'm just kidding. I didn't watch it. I don't know if it was a dive. I just assume so because it's a Tank fight. You know who is really good is one Miguel Marquez, Brendan Schaub. Yeah, doesn't Brendan Schaub do like stand-up comedy? I've heard he does. Haney is a definition of an industry plan, even more so than Tank. I at least understand why they would try to sell Tank to the casuals, but I've no idea why they tried to make Devin a star. Again, Trying to make Devin Haney a star, that's like trying to make Paulie Malignaggi a star. It's impossible. You could never sell that guy because not only is he boring in the ring, but he's boring outside of the ring. The guy's got no charisma and can't sell himself. Even saying "I'll never lose to a white boy" didn't get him any more fans. That usually gets all the you know Hebrew Israelite types on board, but it didn't get him on. It didn't get any of them on board, did it? He already had the LDBC. Dominic Ingle is fruity, just like most of his gym members. Yeah, he's a creep, him. He is a creep. Hello, Nordic. Yeah, how's it going, man? Javon Gay Davis is only considering Loma now because he's getting older. Maybe his team sees something, yeah. Even I just don't get it, man, because I thought Loma looked very good in his last fight. I really do. I was talking about this earlier. I thought he looked just as good technically as ever. Still had the athleticism to go hard 12 rounds. Can still get a late knockout. Well, the Ingle showers have that rep, yeah. You can tell that's a gym that showers together. Scary, man. Scary. Tank has a big ass head, signs of PED use. Yeah, he does, doesn't he? His head's massive. If Tank KO'd Loma, I'd say he was too old. He factually ducked him for 9 years. Have some shame and be honest. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if they'd have fought at super featherweight in 2016, is there anybody out there who realistically thinks Tank would have a chance of even winning a round in that fight? So it would be logical to say that, yeah, he won because he got him at the right time. Seems like Parrow might fight Catterall for the title. Could be a style problem for Jack. That's a hard fight, man. Hard fight to call. Do you know what? I'll put my neck out here and I'll say that fight depends entirely on the location and the politics. If that fight's in the UK with like British judges or whatever, Catterall will win easily. If it's in Australia with like neutral officials, I could see Parrow winning by decision. But it's an interesting fight for sure. These normies say Frank wasn't drained because he said he wasn't. Signs that a guy is drained are sucked in eyes, hollow cheeks, and protruding cheekbones and loss of muscle mass. Enough said. Yeah, of course he was drained. He had a contracted dehydration clause. Caleb Plant to Canelo in their fight. Am I good? yeah, he said that, didn't he? Would you take a low kick from Rico Verhoeven or a right hook from Zilly Zhang or a flush left overhand hook from Usyk or a full power uppercut from Fury if you have to choose one? I'll say the low kick from Rico Verhoeven because it won't be in my head and it won't give me like brain damage. The other ones would all give me brain damage. So yeah, I would have to go with that one, I think. Yeah, he'd probably pretend to be a Mexican. It wouldn't surprise me. If you see any suspicious Mexicans in the comment section or someone who like if someone comes into the comments and goes, "Ay caramba, mi amigo, taco barito ese," that's probably him. Fury owns Wakanda. I like that name. I'm pretty sure it was me that came up with that, and then loads of people started saying it. Yeah, how's it going, man? There's no real popular white boxers. What, Ryan Garcia? That's about it. Who cares? Yeah. He's the great white hope, Ryan Garcia. Him and Canelo. Don't forget, Canelo's like the whitest fighter of all time. He's like super white. Have you noticed that these racist black-tard or any other race minorities tend to have really bad karma that comes later? I've noticed it. I've talked about it in videos and live streams. These guys who say all this racist stuff about whites, they always end up getting punished. And it's like spiritual punishment. Look at what happened to Devin Haney. Yeah, Plant doesn't identify as white. Yeah, you could tell that Plant's like the guy from Kiddlehood, the white boy who hangs around with all the blacks and just desperately wishes he was black. He's that guy. He's the white guy. Vosdick would have stopped Benavidez inside 6 in a real fight, yeah. Definitely a prime Vosdick would have. Who's your least favorite commentary right now? For me, it's DAZN. Yeah, yeah. DAZN is the worst commentary team ever. Even worse, and I hate to say it, even worse than Sky Sports. And I'm not even kidding. I know that sounds shocking, but I genuinely believe it. DAZN is literally they literally just lie about fights. Like go and watch the broadcast of DAZN for Canelo versus Beevil, for example. They were giving rounds to Canelo that he barely threw a punch. Beevil was just schooling him, you know. Tank is heavier than Loma, not the other way round. Yeah, he's heavier, but that's probably because he doesn't stay in shape between fights. You know, Loma's naturally bigger, not naturally, and he's taller and longer too. You know, that sparring footage that just came out of Haney versus Tank is just a bunch of black people screaming and shouting, "Hey, you know that jab? He don't like it to the body. There you go, there you go." There is no top 10 pound for pound in my eyes. There are only three people worthy of pound for pound: Usyk, Inoue, and Loma. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree. They're the only like elite pound for pound level guys right now, you know, in terms of skills anyway. Yeah, Nordic football is a normie sport. Yeah, it is. Mate, I hate football. I hate everything about it. I can't stand it, and I hate how seriously people take it. That people in this country would rather like riot and fight over a football team than the government telling us all we need to wear masks and we're not allowed to go to work and all that. People had no problem with that. But you know, but your favorite football team loses to their local rival, you know, you'll go smash somebody's head in with a brick. You know, that means more to you than real life. You know, for a lot of people. Not really. Porter is Crawford's best win on paper. However, that was a fake fight. Then it goes Postal and Gamboa. Spence, not really a great or good win. Well, Spence was brain damaged and compromised by that point, you know. I don't find football entertaining. It's just people screaming when a guy kicks a ball to a net. Yeah, it's boring. Like to me, look, some people take it so seriously it means everything to them. Me, I have never, ever since I was a kid, I've never understood it. I'm like, why do you sit and watch people kicking a ball into a net? What's entertaining about that? And it's funny when you sit and listen to people like break it down technically. Oh, he needs to do this and that, and you know we need to position this guy there, and this guy needs to kick the ball with a particular technique. And I'm like, I'm happy for these people that they, you know, that they're able to take that they're passionate about a sport. You know, it's something they obviously care about very much. I'm not saying that it's bad, but what annoys me is people who take it so seriously that they fight over it and they attack people and they have like these like it's very tribalistic. That I've never understood. Never understood it one bit, you know. Best heavyweight in the UK is still Shades of Ali, Huey Fury, followed by Big John Fury. Yeah, Big John Fury could make a comeback. Yeah, Paulie was a better fighter than Haney. Probably a bigger puncher too. Definitely tougher. Definitely had more heart. Definitely more charismatic. Definitely more like assertive in the ring. Took more risks. You know, he didn't clinch as much. Canelo's knockdown against Munguia was odd. Munguia just decided to sit in front of Canelo and let him tee off. Yeah, Munguia's a guy who usually uses his size and his durability to break his opponents down. But you know, when he fought Canelo, he just became like all of them. He became a back foot boxer who throws punches to the side of Canelo's head and tries to make Canelo look good, you know? Yeah, to be fair, Nordic, it's hard to sell. It's not hard to look good against Cambosos. Yeah, 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 true. Cambosos shouldn't even have a winning record, but somehow he does. Why is football even interesting? I even think rugby or American football are more difficult and entertaining. Yeah. Yeah, I've never liked football. Never liked it personally. Soccer is gay, yeah. Yeah, you guys call it soccer, innit? Yeah, football is a pathetic sport. It's meant to be the European Championships or something, but at the minute but from what I've seen, it's more like the African Championship. Yeah, most of the players are not even European. Most of them are literally like African guys who were just born into football and like groomed for it from an early age, you know? What is so interesting in kicking a ball, it's a sport full of chavs and drunkards. Yeah, that's one thing I've noticed as well. Football and alcohol go hand in hand. Like many people who are like heavily into football are like raging alcoholics. I don't know what that's all about. Like it got so bad that they actually banned alcohol from football stadiums because every single like local game, people would just start a riot because their team lost or whatever. So they ruined it for everybody. Like now you can't even have a drink when you go to a football game because of the alcoholic pissheads who take it too serious, you know? I was watching a random card and a black trainer said, "He don't like it to the body," in the same voice as your impression, yeah. They all say it, mate. Like, mate, all the black American trainers say the same thing. Like when the black American throws a jab, they go, "There you go. There you go." Even if it doesn't land, there you go. Hey, you throw that jab. There you go. He don't like it to the body. There you go. I love your popular Jamaican accent. Yeah, popular Jamaican. Rascal, bomba clap. Hopkins got his I didn't do it very well there, but you've heard it before, you know. Hopkins got his karma against Joe Smith. Yeah, he did. He took a flying leap out the ring and ended up ending his career upside down on the floor, you know. So much for never losing to a white boy, you know. He lost to 3 white boys. Love you, Spanish. A lot of African Americans have European ancestry. Yeah, they do because a lot of them were a lot of them bred with Europeans during the transatlantic slave trade. So, yeah, there's a lot of African Americans with like mixed African and European ancestry. Yeah, how's it going, man? How's it going, Iron Fist? God bless you. Favorite boxing referee? Louis Pavon has his moments, but I think he's usually a good referee. There was a British referee called Richie Davis I used to really like. I think he was always fair and always very assertive. He did a great job. Um, that guy, what was that guy's name again? The guy who refereed the Klitschko versus Hay fight, that Gino Rodriguez or something. I like that referee because when David Hay jumped to the canvas and pretended he got fouled, and then he just counted him instead. Like that was funny. Like I always had a soft spot for that referee because of that. So yeah, there's a few of them that I like. Yeah, Chris Mannix, this double chinned wimp is complete trash. Mate, how on earth is Chris Mannix? How did he become a commentator? Like, where did they find that guy? How did that guy ever come up with the credentials to become a commentator? He must know somebody in the industry. Like, he must. What is the video called where the black tards get karma? What do you mean? What video? Oh, right. You mean when I was talking about? No, no. I think it was I think it was actually a live stream where I was talking about that. Must have been one of my more recent live streams. But I was talking about how every time one of these black tard fighters like Hopkins or Haney or Anthony Durrell or someone, every time they say that, they always end up getting punished. Like they end up either getting like humiliated or viciously knocked out in the near future, or their financial situation and their legacy gets completely destroyed. Like what I was saying was because obviously the media and the government and the authorities and the establishment aren't going to hold these guys responsible, because more racism and more white supremacy. But what will hold these people responsible is spiritual punishment. These guys always end up getting punished. And you saw that perfectly with Devin Haney. He got completely punished for his actions. I hope Lomachenko retires ASAP. Don't want to see him get set up. Yeah, I don't think he'll retire. I think he has a lot left. He's got several good fights and good performances left in him. So I don't think he'll retire. Whenever I used to watch street fighting videos, there was always a black guy in the background screaming "World Star, World Star." Well, is that what they used to say? Is that like one of their catchphrases? What I find more weird regarding the obsession with football is the obsession with basketball. Lame, yeah. I've don't think I've watched much basketball. So I don't really know much about it. I used to be quite good at basketball. Like I remember when I was in PE at school, I used to play basketball. I actually enjoyed it, but I never liked football. I never liked playing football. Was never any good at it. I like football, but I'd never physically harm someone over a football match. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of football fans who would and do, on a regular basis. It's definitely not anything I'm ever interested in. I only started watching football, soccer, because boxing was so trash. Yeah, yeah, that's how you know boxing has gotten so bad when you start watching football, like unironically, to try and find some entertainment. Tell you what is entertaining, ice hockey. I've been to an ice hockey game. That is entertaining. It's not much different to boxing. The comment of Shades of Ali was funny, but in reality, Hughie Fury would beat Ali easily. Funny thing is, he probably would. I kinda get liking football a bit, but honestly, I've never watched a full basketball game in my life. Yeah, me neither. I don't think I've ever watched one. Like, I've played it in PE in school, but never, like you say, I never, watched a full game. Who do you think has a better legacy, Loma or Triple G? Well, Loma has, titles in multiple divisions and, so I think that's probably better, but Lomachenko was better in the sense that he dominated one division for many years, so Um, Golovkin, sorry, dominated one division for many years. I would go with Loma. I think he has the better singular victories. He's beaten better opposition of the two. I'd say the chants are cringe too, and they do it in boxing now too. Oh, Anthony Joshua. Yeah, it's a bunch of like pisshead white boys who are like, "Oh, Anthony Joshua." While Anthony Joshua says, "Yeah, don't shop in their shops, in it, fam, because BLM in it, because the white boys in it, because the superior race in it." And yet all these drunken pisshead white boy football fans will go, "Oh, Anthony Joshua." They actually like that actually pissed me off at the time. Do you remember when Usyk fought AJ in the first fight, and you had like thousands upon thousands of like white cucks in the crowd booing Usyk's national anthem, right, the Ukrainian anthem, and then just a few months later, I guarantee you, just a few months later, these same people were putting the Ukraine flag in their the Ukraine flag as their emoji in their bio on Twitter and saying pray for Ukraine, stand with Ukraine. I guarantee you a lot of them were the same people that booed the Ukraine anthem at the AJ fight. I guarantee it. Both boxing, football, both the same fake. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, they're both fake. Loma needs to take all wisdom from Haney and Lopez, come with Sub-Zero cool head against Tank, take him down methodically and leave no room for questions, just like Usyk. Yep, he needs to do what Usyk did against Fury, take the fight to him, work the body, break him down, and put a beating on him. And even if he doesn't stop him, win convincingly and conclusively. None of this downloaded information garbage. The Danny Dyer Football Factories episodes are comedy, yeah. Yeah, remember that movie? Made by Rockstar Games. The black American trainers will repeat the same combinations there. 6'2", 6'2", there you go. Yeah, they do, yeah. Yeah, Danny Dyer's a total cock, man. He was like the fakest hard man ever. Do you remember they were trying to market him as a hard man, like a tough guy? Like Danny Dyer's not a hard man. You can never convince anybody of that. Danny Dyer. I'm Danny Dyer. I used to think Loma was smarter than Usyk. Maybe as a person, as a fighter, Usyk seems smart. Yeah, Usyk. I think Usyk's a little bit got a little bit better like situational awareness. Hey, I can hear the ice cream van. The ice cream van's outside. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but yeah. Um, what was I going to say? I think Usyk seems to be a little bit more situationally aware, if that makes sense. He seems to know how to play the game a bit better. He knows how to work towards the end of rounds to win them on the scorecards. He knows how to plan for a fight tactically. When to start working the body, when to start pushing forward. Like Usyk to me just seems more intelligent Seems smarter, you know? Most of these football players get paid millions for doing absolutely nothing to contribute to the game. I think it's a lazy sport personally, yeah. That's the thing, it generates a crazy amount of money because there's always a bunch of alcoholic piss heads that are there to get season tickets and watch it on TV, you know? And it's used as a propaganda outlet, let's be honest. You know, like, that's why I say football's for homosexuals because every football game now is just LGBT, inclusivity, diversity, sodomy. Like, that's every football game now, you know? Do you ever wear boxing shoes? What brand's the best in your opinion? I don't actually wear them, no. Like, I probably should. It would probably make it easier in the gym, but I usually just wear a pair of Nike trainers or something like that. That usually does me. You know, I'm not much of a fleet-footed guy anyway. You know, I'm a bit of a plodder, so doesn't really matter. You know, um, most of the time, just run around and wait for a ball. Yeah, yeah. That's the thing with football. A lot of the like defenders and that. Most of the time, you just stand about, so you don't need like that much stamina for it. You know. Hello, hope we're good. Yeah, how's it going, man? God bless you. I remember when Richie Davis gave a journeyman deserved draw on television once. Really brave and fair referee, and the crowd was hushed. Yeah, that's the thing. He was one of them referees. See, if a fighter fouled one time, he would get right in their face and he'd say, "Listen to me right now." Like, he had a really loud voice. He's like, "Listen to me right now. You do that again, I'm gonna throw you out." And then they wouldn't foul again for the rest of the fight. Like, I think he was the referee that did the Tony Bellew Cleverly fight, the first one, and I think Bellew tried to like headbutt Cleverly or something, or hit him on the break or whatever. I think it was a headbutt in the first round, and Richie Davis like grabbed a hold of him, and he's like, "You do that again, the fight's over." And again, it was in Tony Bellew's hometown, so like you knew that guy wouldn't take any trash from these fighters. Like he used to do his job and do his job well, you know. He was a very assertive fighter, you know. Right, where was I? Um, most of the Netherlands team is toll paid mixed guys. Yeah, yeah, most teams are like that, aren't they? I would pick Prime Hay to knock out Gay. Yeah, I agree. I think Hay would catch AJ from long range and knock him out, and I think he had the explosiveness to do it. You know, I think he would do it. The black trainers have their fighters do fancy 70 punch slap combinations when they don't even know how to throw a jab. Yeah. Do you know, that's another thing I was going to talk about. Like, because I've got a lot of videos in mind, and obviously, because I've been training boxing, a lot of people don't see to understand. See, when you hit the pads, right? Pad work is supposed to be about technique and conditioning, right? So when you throw punches on the pad, you're supposed to throw the kind of punches and the kind of combinations that you'll throw in a fight. But you see a lot of these fighters, like these black American guys, like they do all this stupid shit that doesn't do anything for you. Like Floyd Mayweather was one of the ones who promoted this, right? Floyd Mayweather would go on camera on the pads and he'd just go like I'll show you. Like he would just do this stupid shit like tap 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 tap. You know, just tapping like an idiot on the pads, not doing any damage, not landing any like, not getting any sort of conditioning workout, nothing. It just and I guarantee you, when the cameras were away and when nobody was filming, he was throwing proper punches on the pads. And I guarantee you that all that tip tap nonsense, that was just for the cameras, right? That was just you know, that was just him messing about and like throwing off his opponents from his real training, essentially. But a lot of these black American trainers and a lot of these American fighters, they copy that pad work and they think that that was actually what Mayweather did for his real training. And I'm like, no, that was literally all that was. It was literally just for the camera. It was literally just messing about. But you actually get like a lot of these like technique channels, you know, that make like these fluff pieces, these breakdowns. They're like, you see, the reason why Floyd Mayweather has such great athleticism and such great reflexes is because of his complex pad work. When he's touching the pads and throwing light combinations and this blah blah blah. And I'm like, are these people really that stupid? Like, do they literally think that that pad work is what he actually does in his training camp. Like, it's literally just a trick for the camera. Like, no genuine professional fighter who's like successful is doing that like for their main pad work. Like, when you hit the pads, you hit the pads with power. Like, if you look at my videos, right, when I hit the pads, like, people say that I'm slow, right? But when I'm hitting the pads, I'm hitting them with power, and I'm actually turning them over, and I'm actually throwing like somewhat complex combinations. Like, I'll throw three left hands from a different trajectory, like throw a jab, left hook, left uppercut. You know, it's difficult to throw them fluidly, right? And to get speed or full speed and full power on them. But that's what you're supposed to do in pad work. You're supposed to throw punches that, first of all, give you a conditioning workout, but also, like I said, they emulate what you're actually going to do in a fight. You should be throwing hard and with power. You should be turning over your punches and getting a proper workout from them. But again, it's a lot of these trainers are clueless, and you can tell these guys have never fought before, and they just don't know what they're doing with the fighters, and that's why a lot of these like American fighters are so limp wristed and they've got no power. That's why, because they try to copy all the stupid gimmicky stuff that Mayweather put out there that wasn't even what he really did in training. You know, Manic's dad was a journalist with connections. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it, because how else would he get in the industry with such little knowledge? That guy knows nothing, literally nothing whatsoever about boxing. Not nothing. It's just he's clueless. Listen to his commentary. Listen to him trying to score fights, and listen to him talking about a guy like Demetrius Andrade being like a top level fighter. The guy knows nothing. He's clueless. I wish we'd gotten Hey Povetkin. Yeah, I think Povetkin would have knocked him out. Yeah, I agree. Povetkin KOs him. It would have been a great fight, but I think Povetkin KOs him. The Elmo sounding dude on the DAZN commentary is irritating as well. Yeah, the Elmo sounding dude. Which one is that again? Like, that's not Mannix, is it? That's the other guy, isn't it? Have football lost its popularity a bit? I don't know. I don't follow football, so I've no idea. I've never been into it though, personally. So it wouldn't have had any popularity to lose with me, you know. Well, oh, World Star Hip Hop was a website, or was it? I don't even know. Never heard of it. In fact, have I heard of it? I might have. I don't know. I don't know, man. Basketball fans are the gayest fans alive. What, are they even worse than football fans? Because I find that hard to believe, truth be told. God bless Zili Zhang for not diving and flattening that scumbag Wilder. Yeah, yeah. Mate, Wilder's a piece of shit. Another one of these guys who I can't fathom why anybody would support him. Why would they? Why would they support him? For what reason? You know? Where was I? I think top level football is slightly less popular than it was. Cricket was the one game I could actually play, but was very classist, very cliquey. Yeah. I tried to get into cricket actually when I was a kid. Like, I had a cricket bat and I used to play it in school, but I was rubbish at it. Terrible. It was never any good. Weirdly, I actually used to live right next to the cricket stadium in Nottingham. Quite a big, famous cricket stadium near Trent Bridge. I used to live there, but only lived there briefly. Didn't live there long. It was actually a homeless shelter, believe it or not. Yeah, yeah. For a time, I was in a homeless shelter there as a kid, and yeah, it was right next to the cricket stadium. And I can remember I wanted to play cricket in school, and I tried it, but I was so crap at it. Could never catch the ball. Could never hit the ball. I was rubbish, you know. Ice hockey is the only team sport that legally allows boxing and hockey. My two favorite. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They always end up fighting. I remember I went to see the Nottingham Panthers one time, and that was a good game. There was quite a few fights, you know. It was quite fun, you know. Povetkin Usyk is a dream fight. Those styles would match up so well. Yeah, Povetkin in his prime versus Usyk's a good fight. I would favor Usyk to win. I would, on points, but I think Povetkin would get through his defense and land some pretty big shots. So I think he would have more success than a lot of people think, you know. But it would be a pretty good fight. I would very much enjoy it. I went to the fights and the hockey game broke out. Golovkin couldn't get fights in his prime. Yeah, he couldn't get fights with the big names because they were all ducking him, particularly Canelo and Saunders in his prime, and Peter Quillin and all them guys. Andy Lee, dodgeball is fun. Yeah, I used to love that in school, dodgeball. Who would you pick in a fantasy fight between Carl Frampton and a young Prince Naz? I go with Frampton because I think Naz might outbox him a little bit, but I think Frampton would catch him clean and catch him off balance with his hands down, and he would probably drop him. So yeah, I think he would drop him like multiple times and probably win on points. So I go with Frampton. I know a couple of white women who would like to get to know Anthony Joshua better. Must be the scintillating chat and intellect. Yeah, it's nothing to do with his big ass Corey and his big muscles. It's all to do with his intellect and his personality. Anthony Joshua is just he's a true intellectual, isn't he? He's definitely the kind of guy that you'd learn from. Booing any national anthem is pathetic. I hate that. I hate it when boxing fans do that, and it's only British fans that do it. Have you noticed? It's only British fans that do that. That they boo the national anthems of the traveling fighters, and it's always pissed me off. I hate it. I don't know why they do it. Like what are you hoping to achieve? Like, what if you do that and then your guy gets beat? You just humiliate your guy, basically. You just make the opponent angry, because he's gonna want to kick your guy's ass even more now. You know. I'll be back in a sec. I'm just going to the toilet. All right, where was I? Why is Carl Frock complaining about the atmosphere at Saudi just because his pisshead brother can't go there? Yeah. I don't know. Who cares about Carl Frock? He's a clown, man. You can tell him I said that. Isn't it weird that racism is only recognized if it's whites, if it's from whites to blacks, and never when it's from blacks to white? Yeah, it's a double standard, obviously. That they can say whatever they want. They can call us honkies and crackers and whatever, and you say anything about them, and your entire reputation and livelihood is ruined. Because it's totally. Hold on, big ass light coming through there. Still quite bright, even though it's past 7 o'clock. Can barely see anything because of it. Yeah, you know the deal by now. Do all black London guys have half a brain? I swear they can't speak English to save their life. Well, that's just a cultural thing. Like, believe it or not, there's actually a lot of them who are quite articulate. The ones who are like more well educated. It's kind of the scheme ones that talk that way. The "you get me fam, in it blood." The Hatman types, the Dillian White types. They're the ones that can't really speak English, but there are quite a few of them who are like more educated and can speak, believe it or not. Those are in the minority though. Povetkin versus AJ, the cringe football fans were screaming slurs at Povetkin as he walked to the ring. Yeah, they were. And I think they did the same to Usyk as well. Absolute degenerates, man. The pisshead football fans. Imagine being a white guy and rooting for Anthony Joshua when he says don't shop in their shops and when he says things like the superior black race and all that. Imagine supporting Anthony Joshua against a white guy. When he says those things, I mean, you have to be some sort of self-hating, degenerate cook to do that, like to actually support him, you know. But it is what it is. And again, you can call me a racist for saying that. I could care less. I don't really care what people on Reddit think of me. You know, those aren't even human. Those are subhuman. You know, can fit a full can in my Lord of the Rings cup. Yep. Oh, that was good. Speaking of Lord of the Rings, they re-released the extended trilogy in cinema recently. I went to see it yesterday. I went to see the last one yesterday. Badass movie. And I heard normies complaining about it because it wasn't woke. I'm not even joking. They were. Golovkin was a monster. Props to those guys who stepped in the ring with him. Yeah. Like props to guys like David Lemieux, who had a title, who didn't have to fight Golovkin, but did because he was a warrior who wanted to prove himself, you know. Booing another fighter's national anthem is xenophobic, low-functioning crap, full stop. Wish people were ejected from crowds for it. Mate, if it were up to me, you'd get kicked out for it. You would, for doing that. Like, see if I was at a local show and I was running the place and somebody did that, like a group of people booed a national anthem, I'd kick a lot of them out immediately. No discussion. Just get out now. No refund, you know? I hate how whenever Loma fights and doesn't do anything for ages, the commentators just repeat, "He's downloading the data." It's cringe, yeah. I hate that, man. Like that's one of look, I get what it means. It's a metaphor, I understand it, but it's just one of them things that just sounds so corny, doesn't it? He's downloading the data, downloading information. I just don't like it, man. Rubs me up the wrong way, you know. Bob Arum last song. Loma beats Tank and Shakur beats the other Ukrainian champ, followed by the undisputed final boxing grandmaster Loma Shakur. Yeah, well, Loma Shakur is a fight that's been talked about for years now. It has, like that fight has been low key, been promoted by Top Rank for a long time. No joke, they were calling Povetkin a communist. Yeah, now Povetkin actually supports Putin. He does. Or I think he does anyway, from what I've heard. I would flatten Danny Dyer in about 2 seconds. He's a classic chav with a big mouth. Yeah, mate. Danny Dyer. It's funny because see if you watch like Danny Dyer's old movies, like movies he was in, he was always like the comic relief. He was always like the guy everybody laughed at because he thought he was hard when he wasn't. But then there was a time period from like 2015 to 2018 or something when they were trying to market Danny Dyer as an actual hard man. Like they were releasing action films where he was like Steven Seagal or something, like kicking everybody's ass. And I'm like, mate, nobody buys this. It's Danny Dyer. Danny Dyer is not hard. You can never make Danny Dyer hard. I could kick Danny Dyer's ass. So could probably most people in the chat, you know? Even in Nordic. Yeah, how's it going, Mike? God bless you. Hope you and the chat are well. It's quite concerning the number of rounds Loma simply gave away against Lopez. If he's intimidated by Tank's power, he could do the same. Yeah, he could be scared of the counter punches. I could see it. Danny Dyer, blimey, nothing more irritating than a fake card man. Perhaps he could be John Fury's next opponent. Hey, I got Danny Dyer. By first round knockout if he fights John Fury. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Not even a competitive fight. That's how little I think of John Fury, you know. If Matthias wants to win in the rematch, he needs Rachel Donner to train him. He's her type of fighter. Rachel Donner. Imagine having a woman trainer, man. Come on. Like, you couldn't have a woman in your corner as a boxer and have her telling you how to box. Like, come on. You'd be like, can I speak to someone else, please? Like a man or someone. Come on. Someone who, you know, actually knows what they're talking about. Go do the dishes or something. What do you think of people voting reform? Oh, mate, look, reform. Look, they're just Tories in disguise. They're ex-Tories. That as soon as everybody votes reform, Nigel Farage and the people in the head of the Reform Party are going to leave, and they're going to tell everybody to vote Tory, and we'll be in the exact same spot we were in back in 2019, same situation. I'm not even bothering myself with it. It's all it's all just normie crap. It's nothing to do with me. Don't forget about hard man Sonny Edwards from private school. Yeah, Sonny Edwards, 5'3" and 8 stone. He's totally a hard man. Chavs often shout things at people in my area, but when they shout at me, I just walk up to them and ask them what they said. They brick it every time. When there's a group of them, they're cowards. Yeah. Do you know what to do with chav? Just run at them, like run at them full speed, and the whole lot of them will just scatter like rats. That's what they do. That's what they do with me anyway. Would you rather start a family with Ebony Bridges or share a prison cell with Ikebe Abuchi? Well, I'll go with Ikebe Abuchi because he's actually a pretty cool guy, or at least I think he is. I know he was a nutcase before, but he's commented on my channel, and he seems to be a believer in Jesus Christ. So I would like to think that my arsehole would be safe in a prison cell with him. But don't get me wrong, I'd be concerned. I'd sleep with one eye open, but it's better than having to lay down with Ebony Bridges. It's better than that. I remember when Richie Davis disqualified Matthew Barney against Danny McIntosh. That was hilarious. Barney kept chancing his arm with him, and he thought he was bluffing. Yeah. You don't mess with that guy. Like that was the kind of referee. When he tells you he's going to DQ you, you better listen because he'll do it. That was what I liked about him as a referee. He knew how to keep a fight clean. He was like one of them teachers in school who nobody would misbehave with because he would kick you out, or he would shout at you and make you piss yourself. He was like one of them. He had that strict teacher vibe. True Geordie is the man. Not a bad word to say about him. True Geordie. I don't watch him, so I mean I saw the video of him talking about Fury, but aside from that, I don't know much about him. I know it's not the topic of the live, but do you think that... Yeah, it's all right. It could be any topic. It doesn't really matter. Do you think that Klitschko made a mistake that cost him when he let Joshua off the hook? Yeah. I've talked about that many times. When Klitschko had Joshua down in the 6th round, he should have finished him. There's no way that Joshua should have made it out of that round. And in the next round, he should have went for it. But Vitali actually told him in the corner to not go for it. And I don't know why. Because he gave AJ the opportunity to get a second wind and come back. So, poor tactics, in my opinion. A very, very poor tactical decision from Klitschko in that fight. And it makes you wonder, was it real? Makes you wonder. Yeah, pad work is meant to be realistic. That's the thing. See, when I hit the pads, this is just how I do it personally. I throw every single punch with power. Even if I'm just throwing jabs or just throwing like body shots or whatever. Every punch I throw, I put power behind it because that is supposed to be a workout. That's what the pad work is supposed to be. It's supposed to simulate being in a fight, and it's supposed to be about practicing your punching technique, but also your conditioning. It's a workout for your conditioning. Pad work is the most overrated training technique in boxing. Well, there's positives that can be taken from it. Like I said, you can like I said, it's a good conditioning workout. Because it tires you out. Like I actually get more tired hitting the pads than I do sparring, because with the pads you can obviously afford to exert yourself a bit more. When you're sparring, you need to be a bit more conservative. Because it's more technique and defense based. But like I said, when I hit the pads, I hit them full power. And even if I'm feeling tired, I still put power behind them. But like all that Mayweather stuff, all that that's completely useless. It's pointless. It's just for the cameras. Castillo beat him, Cotto beat him, Mayweather you're on about, Maidana beat him, Pacquiao beat him, and even Logan Paul beat him. Yeah, nothing else to add. Pads aren't necessary. Bag work is enough. Yeah, bag work is better. Without a doubt, bag work is better trainer. The only thing with that though, the only thing that gives pads an advantage is when you've got a good coach who knows what to tell you to do on the pads. That can be a little bit better, because when you're on the bag, I've noticed you can get a bit lazy. Like you're hitting the bag full power, you're styling on it, and then you'd have a tendency to drop your bags and take long breaks. But if you're on the pads, you're doing it. You're doing what you're being told to do. So, like, if your coach tells you to punch, you punch. They tell you to throw a combination, you throw a combination. That way, it's a better conditioning workout. Because again, it's like having a personal trainer pushing you and forcing you through it. That's what's good about pads. But just in terms of like the base workout, what it does for you, bag work is better because you can hit the bag harder and you can hit it longer. So yeah, that is better. Like, I see what you're saying, but there's benefits to having a coach drilling you and telling you what to do. Like, what would be better is to have your coach hold the bag and tell you what to do, like tell you what punches to throw on the bag and when to throw them. That would be an even better conditioning workout, you know. But obviously, you need to have a coach who knows what he's doing. Basically, shout out to Armand for the contribution. Yeah, thanks, man. God bless you. I appreciate it. Appreciate it very much, man. Yeah, I appreciate that very much. Where was I? Let me try and find where I was. I always lose where I am on the thingy. Would you call it the chat? Do you like singing the England national anthem? Some people find it cringe. Yeah, I don't mind it. I can sing it. God save our gracious Queen. Oh no, it's changed now, isn't it? It's God save the King. You know, that's what, because the Queen died. God rest her soul. I think you should try them. Boxing shoes in the ring. They have 0 drop from heel to toe. Sneakers mostly 8 to 12 heel to toe millimeter drop, which messes with the kinetic chain of the body. Yeah, they probably are better. They're definitely better for moving. I know that. Like, I know people who wear them. Like, I've sparred with people who wear them, and yeah, they are good. It's just they can be quite expensive, so I just tend to wear my trainers, you know. But I probably will if I keep boxing. I probably will get a pair. And yeah, I'm good. It's a shame because I'm probably gonna have to go to a new boxing gym soon because I spoke to my coach yesterday, and he said that he's probably gonna have to close the gym sometime soon because he just can't afford to keep it open. So yeah, I'm a little bit sad about that because I enjoy going there. But yeah, I'm probably gonna have to go to another gym. So other gyms I'll go to will probably be more professional. Like, there'll be more people there and whatnot. So I'd have to get better gear and, you know, the good thing is you get better sparring. But yeah, I'm a little bit upset about that because, you know, the gym I go to now, I really like it and I really like training there. But it's what it is. The commentators were influencing the audience in opinion in the Floyd fights, giving him credit for throwing no punches because he dodges. Yeah. They give Floyd credit for leaning on the ropes and getting hit to the body. But I'm like, he's getting outworked and outlanded, so it doesn't make sense, you know. I know exactly who the Elmo sounding dude is on the DAZN commentary. He has big glasses and his voice is infuriating. He has this very low voice and very cookish behavior. I despise him. I think I know the guy you're on about, but I don't know his name. Like, I've completely forgot the guy's name. It's gone blank in my mind. Looking good, Nordic. Oh, thanks, man. Cheers, Anthony. God bless you. Yeah, I'm still trying to get my weight down. I weighed myself about 2 weeks ago. I was about 188, so 188 pounds, so about 13 stone. Hopefully, I've gone down since then. I've been training my ass off, you know. Was in the gym yesterday. Wilder doesn't realize how cringy he is. He is. Oh, sorry. He doesn't realize how cringy he is because of his low IQ. He actually thinks he's intimidating by people by whispering at them. Yeah, like Steven Seagal. He's like, I'm going to take you to the bank, the blood bank. Like, Wilder actually thinks that that's, like, intimidating. He does. Sorry to hear about the shelter. Yeah, Trent Bridge is one of England's test match grounds. Has been for decades. Yeah. I lived right by there, literally across the road from it, I think. And yeah, was only in there for like a week or something. It was like a homeless shelter because we got where we were living. I think I was only how old was I? About 3 or 4 years old at the time. I was very, very young, and we got kicked out, and we ended up in a homeless place. Yeah. Dodgeball was my favorite gym for class. Like a party day if I got to play dodgeball. Yeah, I love dodgeball. Dodgeball in school was badass, man. It was really fun. That was my favorite PE as well. Loved it. Josh Taylor versus Prime Pacquiao. Pacquiao, easy. on points. I don't think he'd stop Taylor. I think he'd dominate him when every round went on points. Josh Taylor's size and strength might give him problems, but I don't think he'd be able to win. You know, Canelo sucks. Yep, he sucks dick. UK national anthem is praising a degenerate nonce. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna look. Charles is not my king. Put it that way. My king is Jesus Christ. So yeah, looking at it that way, I won't be singing the national anthem. Exactly, Larry. Mannix will always cover for the brother. Yeah, yeah. Mannix is the like the what do you call it? He's the new Max Cockerman, isn't he? That's what he is. Hearing other national anthems is actually nice and unique. Yeah, I like hearing them. I like it, like especially ones you've never heard before. Like it's good to hear them again. Well, it's good to hear them for the first time. Did Carl Froch do something personally to you? It sounds like he did. No, no, he's never done anything personally to me. Just I just don't like him, you know. I think Nordic is convinced that Froch used loaded gloves in a few of his fights. Absolutely, yes. Most notably the Butte one. There's circumstantial evidence for it. Yep, there's a lot of evidence that he loaded his gloves for that fight. A lot of evidence, and I don't care what anyone says. But at the end of the day, I can't prove it. I can't prove it. I've not got concrete evidence. I've only got, like you say, like anecdotal, circumstantial evidence. But that's what it is. Wonder why these certain commentators from a certain tribe have a certain hatred for Eastern European fighters. I wonder why indeed. I wonder why indeed. There are videos coming out every day of women complaining that men don't want them anymore, and panic sets in, and they tend to be in the late 20s and beyond. Well, look, that's only one symptom of many of cultural Marxism, because what's happened now, and I've noticed this now. Obviously, I didn't grow up in that era, but in the era that a lot of young people are growing up in now, a lot of men in particular are starting to think that there's no benefit to getting married, or there's no benefit to having a girlfriend. Because I mean, look, if you've been raised watching like anime and watching porn and you know, dealing with AI and stuff like that, it's probably more appealing to you to just masturbate and have like a virtual waifu than actually going out and getting a woman. Because again, men have been disincentivized to even talk to women. You know, you look at a woman wrong nowadays, and they'll call you a pervert, and they'll call you they'll call you a creep. And you know, if let's say you're a young guy, you've got no confidence, you don't know how to talk to women, you've been raised by a computer, essentially raised by AI, you've been watching anime your whole life, playing video games, and you don't know about how human beings really interact with one another. The idea of just having a virtual girlfriend, or you know, just getting your jollies from porn and stuff like that's appealing to young people nowadays. They see that as more convenient than actually having to put in the work to get a girlfriend and start a relationship and a family. So that's why a lot of women are starting to notice that all this women's rights BS and all this feminism hasn't helped them at all, because all it's done is it's turned young men into basically hermits in a sense. It's taught young men that women are just not worth the effort. Why go out and humiliate yourself trying to get a girlfriend and having to put up with all her bullshit when you can just have a virtual AI waifu? Why not? And obviously to people like you and I from our era, that sounds crazy. That sounds pathetic. But you have to look at it from the perspective of, say, a young man like a Zoomer, like a young man growing up in this generation. To them, it's not so strange because they grew up basically raised on the computer. They were basically raised by the internet, by the TV, by AI. And that's how people communicate now. People communicate mostly over social media and over phones. So why not have everything, all your interactions over social media? Why not have all your interactions be digital? Why make the effort to go and get a girlfriend, you know? I don't know where all this has come from. That's not what I intended to talk about on this stream, but to me, what you're talking about there, women who are complaining about men not taking an interest in them, that's just a wider symptom of this digital age and this cultural Marxist age that we're living in. You know, it's It's one symptom of many, basically. Men are being, men are their testosterone levels are dropping rapidly, and their motivation to go out and interact with the real world is dropping rapidly. And that's just it's just a symptom. There's many others. Imagine a white fighter muttering the superior white race in an interview. Cue outrage, and rightly so. Yeah, yeah. Look, if could you imagine if Lomachenko came out and said, "I would never lose to a black guy. The white race is the superior of all races." Like, if he said that, his career would be over. He'd probably be in jail. He would be utterly disgraced by the boxing media, by the government. He would never find work again. He would never get paid again. His career, his reputation would be ruined. You know. AJ showed his true colors when he stated white people are inferior. Exactly, exactly. So you said to Eddie Chambers, you're the disgrace to the superior black race. That's what he said. What do you think that means? It means what it means. Emmanuel Stewart once commented on this fancy pad work and said the reason why most of these fighters don't knock anyone out is because they don't punch all the way through. Exactly. That's why when you're hitting the pads or you're hitting the punch bag, throw with power every time. Like, it's a conditioning workout. When you hit the bag, when you hit the pad, you hit the bag, hit it hard. Otherwise, there's no point. You're just wasting energy. We got another contribution here. Shout out to Arnaud. I struggle to pronounce your name, man. Arnaud, I think it is. Thanks, man. Please receive this as an investment for a good a good pair. May the Lord bless and keep y'all. Yeah, thanks, man, for the contribution. I appreciate it. I'm flattered, man. God bless you. God bless you, man. I appreciate it. I really do. I really do, man. Where was I? Downloading the information is BS. I bet they probably think Canelo was downloading information when being outboxed by flyweight Khan, then got the lucky KO. Yeah, they probably do. They probably think he was in full control. Yeah, exactly. That's what he stated. He stated black people are superior. That's what he said. Yeah, yeah. People lie for AJ because you see that could have been what I noticed about that, Anthony, was that could have been very dangerous for AJ's marketability. But it's like the media in Britain, that they were able to cover for him essentially by making excuses and saying that no, that's not what he meant. He meant this. It was taken out of context. I'm like, there's no context to that. You know exactly what he meant when he said that. It's obvious. It's obvious what he meant when he said it. The implication. It's not even an implication. He flat out said it. The superior black race, and he also said, referring to white people, like years after that, he said, don't shop in their shops, meaning our shops, British white people. So why would a British white person ever support Anthony Joshua for any reason? You're selling yourself short if you support him. Gage should thank the superior white race. They gave him everything. He says don't buy from white shops in his next. Yeah. He should say buy from white shops. Well, I mean, look, his promoter is English. His promoter's a white Englishman. Most of his fans are white Englishmen. At the time, he was trained by a white Englishman. A lot of his friends were white English people. And despite that, he comes out and says the superior black race and don't shop in their shops. I mean, just the lack of self-awareness for a guy like Anthony Joshua is astounding. That is an astounding lack of self-awareness that I almost don't know how to put it into words. Poor AJ with his hundreds of millions in the bank and his TUE for testosterone. Yeah, the British Boxing Board of Control, ran by white Englishmen, allow Anthony Joshua to take TUEs. Sorry, they gave him TUEs for taking synthetic testosterone. Yeah, but he's a victim somehow. Am I the only one who found Bellew annoying? No, you're definitely not. You're definitely not. He used to talk how much he would smash his opponent only to fight negatively and spoil. Yeah, he'd be like, I'll smash him from pillar to post. I'm so hard. And then he gets in the ring and clinches and runs away. AJ said he idolizes drug dealers after he lost to Usyk. Yeah, of course he did, man. He's a scumbag. He is. AJ is. I'm voting Britain first. Makes as much, it makes as much sense as anything, really. It makes as much sense as anything. Reform are a joke, no intellectual foundation or philosophy, just a cult of centered around one guy. I'm convinced they control our position. Mate, they're exactly the same as what UKIP were. Look, Nigel Farage is a very charismatic, very well spoken, very likable individual, right? And when he says things, people listen. So he's able to get a lot of the more normie conservative types on board with him. And then every single time he abandons the party and directs them towards towards the Tories. Right. He left the Tories, right? He started UKIP, right? Or he became UKIP's leader. He got everybody to vote UKIP. Then he abandoned UKIP and said, no, vote for the Tories. They've got our back. Support Boris Johnson. Now, then he did the same thing with the Brexit Party, right? He founded the Brexit Party, got everybody to support that, then abandoned it and told them to support Tories, right? He's doing the exact same thing with reform, and people think that reform's going to wipe out the Tories and take over. Mate. As soon as the elections are done, he's going to tell people to leave reform. He's going to abandon the party, and he's going to tell people to support the Tories again. That's exactly what he's going to do, like he always does. It's bread and circus. It's a bread and circus act for the normies. Yeah, Nigeria has a heavy population of Christians, so Ike may have come to Christ. I hope he did. And I think he did. Based on what I've heard from him, I think he did, you know. I've always thought there was more than one murderer in the O.J. Simpson case, and that was more. Do you want to know my honest opinion about that? I don't think it even happened. Go and watch Industry Hoax Revealed's video that he made about O.J. Simpson. Go. I won't say any more about it. Go and watch his video. Industry Hoax Reveals. That's the name of the channel. Go and watch the O.J. Simpson video. Would you back yourself over a 250 pounds bodybuilder street fighter? Well, it depends on who it is. Is it 250 pounds, like jacked, like full of muscle, or is it just a big fat guy? You know, like, well, you say it's a bodybuilder, so yeah, he'd be jacked. Depends if he can fight. And, you know, not all bodybuilders are the same. If he's a bodybuilder that boxes as well, then that'd be very hard. You know, someone who's 250 pounds and big. You know, so probably I'd back myself, but it depends on the circumstances. All evidence points to O.J. Simpson. Blood was found on the scene. Victim's blood was in his car. Also, the bloody glove in his house and the size 12 Bruno Magila shorts. Check out. All I'll say about that is check out Industry Hoax Revealed's video of that. Check out his video. I think Opetaya would have lost to a younger version of Briedis. I agree. The Briedis who fought Usyk, my opinion, beats Opetaya, probably on points. Sorry to hear about your gym. Yeah, it's all right, man. It's just the problem is it doesn't have enough members. That's the thing. Like it's a great gym. It's a gym that's been there since the 90s, and it's a lot of really good, like, world-class fighters have trained there before. But unfortunately, right now, it's not getting the members, so the coach can't afford to keep it open. So yeah, I'm a bit sad about it. But there's other boxing gyms I can go to. Like, there's actually one right near me that I can go to. Like, I'm not a big fan of that one because it's a bit crowded, but if I can go there, like, I can still do my thing, you know. So it is what it is, you know. It's a bit of a kick in the balls, but just got to deal with it, haven't we? You're looking good, Nick, from your training footage. You lost a ton of weight since you started. Thanks, man. Cheers. Yeah, it's interesting because, like, last year, I think at first I lost about 3 stone last year, but I put it all back on over Christmas. And then this February, so like right before my birthday, before I turned 30, I decided I'm gonna get my diet under control. So I ended up with I tried basically a high protein, low carb diet. So I was basically I would eat, let's say I wake up in the morning and for lunch I'd have like scrambled eggs or something, you know, make sure it's all protein, and go to the gym, do my workout. Then when I get home, I'll have like a steak and more eggs, and or like if I do eat carbs, I make sure I have protein with it. So like if I have a little bit of pasta, I'll have a smaller portion and I'll put like tuna through it or something. So yeah, like I say, it's low carb, high protein. So basically, I have just enough carbs to where I've got the energy to train, and I have enough protein to recover. So I'm making sure that now I'm not like intermittent fasting like I was last year, where I lost the weight too quickly. Now I'm actually losing the weight like gradually. So I'm losing like a couple of pounds or so a week, and I feel as if I'm actually maintaining it now because I'm doing a lot of strength and conditioning training, like weight training and pull ups and calisthenics and stuff like that, while my weight's coming down. So I feel as if I'm losing weight, but without compromising strength, if that makes sense. So I'm gaining muscle mass and losing body fat at the same time. So I think I'm doing it right this time. So yeah, hopefully I can keep it up. But yeah, thanks, man. And yeah, hopefully I can find another gym to go to and just stay active this time. I don't ever want to be out of shape again. Even if boxing doesn't work out, if I don't manage to compete, what I want to make sure is that I don't end up out of shape again. That's kind of my goal. Just need to plug my charger in. One sec. All right. Yeah, and I noticed that when I'm on StreamYard, like the laptop runs out of charge so quickly. You know, I think a Prime Briadis would have stopped the version of Opetaya we saw in Saudi. Yeah, yeah, I think so. I think, like I said, the version of Briadis that would you call it that Usyk fought, I think would have stopped that version of Opetaya or beaten him on points. Hopefully, at the new gym there aren't women like Clarissa Shields. Yeah, hopefully they don't ask me to spar a woman. Like I ain't doing that. Done it before, believe it or not. I ain't doing it again. Like because I'm scared to even throw anything when I spar a woman. You know. Nor that you ever thought about dropping a StreamYard link on this live. Maybe later. Maybe we'll see. Let me know if anybody's interested. Who you voting for, Nordic? If you're voting at all, nobody. I don't vote. I don't. To me, again, it's another situation where I think politics is just bread and circus from the normies. That's all I think it is, you know. So I will not be voting at all. Ellie Setback is such a unbearable human being. I'm convinced PBC fighters pay him to polish their balls and would give him an interview if he does an exceptional job. Yeah. Yeah, I can't listen to him either. Ellie Setback reporting. I look at all women wrong. They love it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, depends if you're like if you're good looking though. If you're like a good looking Chad, they don't mind you looking at them wrong. If you look like me, they'll be like, "Who you looking at?" Call the police. All right, where was I? Ellie Setback just hates white fighters because he's a tunneler. And when is your next? Oh yeah, yeah, and yeah. Oh, today you're doing a live today. Yeah, I'll check that out as well. Awesome, man. Always enjoy Anthony's lives. Go subscribe to Anthony if you haven't already, guys. First time hearing Nordic say waifu. Yeah. Believe me, that's not a term I use lightly. Like it's not something I'm interested in, but I get the concept. Like for anybody who doesn't know, waifu is basically like it's the equivalent of like having a virtual girlfriend. Like say like you're like an anime character or something that you want to marry, or like a video game character that you would rather be in like a fantasy like virtual relationship with them than having a real girlfriend. And yeah, you can see the appeal. I mean, she's not going to nag you to death, is she, like a real woman? So yeah. All modern women have to do is just not be fat and they still fail. Yeah. Yeah, that's all they got to do. Yeah. The guy on the zone is called Todd Grisham, by the way. He used to announce for WWE. Well, he's in the right place then, because the zone is basically WWE. It's about as real, isn't it? And yeah, thanks again for the contribution. God bless you, man. Yeah, so right about relationships. To be fair, Loma never lost to a black. Yeah, he never lost to. Yeah, Devin did lose to. Devin lost to a few white guys. He should have about 4 losses by now. I feel sorry for young men these days. They're getting trashed as potential rapists, and the only after one thing, they must be terrified of approaching young women, fearing an accusation. Mate, if I look, I understand it. If I was a young man now, like if I was born in this era, let's say I was like 17 years old now, and I was thinking of getting a girlfriend, I wouldn't be able to do it. I'd be single forever. I would probably get myself a virtual waifu. Like, why not? You know, if I was born in that era, with VR and with AI and all that other stuff, you know, at, that's I don't know, man. Like, how could you approach women in this day and age? With how they've been brainwashed to think. I don't know how I would do it. Like in my day, it was different. When I was young, you used to just talk to women. It was normal. You used to banter with them, and if something happened, it happened. It was the most natural thing ever. But I wasn't raised by the computer. I wasn't raised by the internet. So I can talk to women, without panicking and without thinking I'm gonna get accused of being a rapist or something. But people from this generation, like kids that are born nowadays and or like whatever you call them, Zoomers, like Generation X or whatever you call them, I don't know. Like they can't even go out and talk to women and because they think they're gonna get shamed and humiliated for it. Usyk would stop Tommy Morrison, like pretty easy fight. Morrison punches chance early on, but yeah, Usyk would stop him late, I think. Happy nerd, yeah, it's a perfect description. 55, yeah, yeah, that's not bad at all. Yeah, it's a pretty good contribution, and yeah, it's appreciated, man. Absolutely. Would you rather let Ricky Hatton tuck you in with Rachel Froch and listen to BDA stream talking about how great Canelo is, or watch Johnny Nelson's entire career drinking tons of Diet Iron Brew? Um, I don't know, man. I think I'd go with the Johnny Nelson one because Johnny Nelson would put me to sleep, so I wouldn't have to watch it, and I wouldn't have to drink the Iron Brew because I'd be asleep. I love Nordic streams. No fear to talk about anything. Much respect. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Same to you. Same to you, Anthony. You're the same kind of guy who tells it like it is, and you're not scared of somebody showing up at your door or anything because you'd kick their ass. So would I. I don't want them in my shops either. Anthony Joshua is a homosexual, sodomite, racist. I've heard rumors. I've heard some intriguing rumors. Anthony and Nordic have the best streams. No retards, canalitas, good politics, and they're funny. Yeah, cheers, man. I appreciate it. I really like Anthony Joshua as a fighter, and he's entertaining to watch. I do get a good chuckle when he says he's so humble. Yeah, stay humble. Stay humble. You get me, bruv. Thoughts on Tommy Robinson? He is a Zionist shill. He's an Israeli plant. That's what Tommy Robinson is. 100% controlled opposition. You can tell BDA is based, but he tones it down for the streams. The rest of the experts are total retards. Yes, yeah, but BDA is kind of based. He is, no doubt about it. I do think he plays the game a bit for his audience, and hey, all power to him. Everyone's got to get paid, haven't they? Yeah, 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 absolutely. Tommy Robinson, he's a Zionist plant. That's what he is. We don't know AJ had a didn't know AJ had a TUE for testosterone. Remembering the Zalazar microdoping scandal, 30 athletes, most of them had TUEs. Yeah, well, I was told, I won't say who it was. I was told by somebody who I know personally, who has had personal dealings with the British Boxing Board of Control and UCAD, and I was told by him that yeah, and that it's a well-known secret in the industry that Anthony Joshua has TUEs for synthetic testosterone. That apparently it's well known in that circle, and it's been hushed up basically. So yeah, that tells you everything you need to know. Yeah, not only that, but there's even videos of him riding around on a tank in what do you call it in Israel. Go look it up. Check out Squatting Slav TV's videos about Tommy Morrison. He explains it. Tommy Robinson, sorry, he explains it. Richard Tice, leader of Reform, backs Ukraine on social media, supports the status quo just as much as the mainstream politician. Not only that, but I went on Reform's website, right, and they were equating being involved with the BNP as being an Antifa. So as far as them, if you were a member of the BNP or you were a supporter of the BNP, then you're just as bad as a domestic terrorist funded by George Soros. So fuck that part, mate. Screw the Reform Party. I want nothing to do with them. I don't trust them one bit. I can see how conservatives and Reform just merging, to be honest. Starmer and Sunak are both unpopular with their core demographic of voters. They both seem pretty centred, yeah. But like, I think that there's a very good chance that Labour will get in because the Tories are talking about drafting people into the military. Having mandatory military service, and I can't think of another way to lose voters than say we're going to force you to join the army at 18. I can't think of a worse way to get people on your side. So it seems like the establishment wants Labour in, but what do I know? I don't really care. I think a merger between Reform and Tories could happen out of necessity, but it'll be a rabbit hole and go nowhere. It'll be a circle. It'll just take us right back to where we started, back with the Tories in charge, giving us leftist politics. Bodybuilders can't throw a hard punch because they're so bulky. Yeah, definitely like the big bodybuilders, the Arnold types, the ones that like Ronnie Coleman or whatever, the ones who have got so much excess muscle that they can't even keep their arms up or keep them straight. Like those guys are, they're not built for other sports. Like they don't cross over well. Don't get me wrong. I think there are some guys who do like natural bodybuilding and that who could cross over to other sports, but most of the like big, like bulky ones, definitely they've got too much excess muscle. They wouldn't be able to do it. Yep, I've seen the industry hoax video on OJ. See the number 33, Masonic signs keep coming. 33 million in the civil case, 33 years for the robbery. Yeah. The number 33 was all over that case, mate. And there was so much about it made no sense, That's what it is. The UK needs extreme political reform. The issue is we have a first past post system, which makes it incredibly hard for new parties. Yeah, it's a two-party system. It's the same as America. You've got the Democrats and the Republicans. Here we've got Labour and Tories. Anything else that's around that, like UKIP or Reform or whatever, they're just Tory light. Basically, they're just Tory stooges, and it'll always circle back to the Tories, whoever you support. Same with Labour. Like you support the Liberal Democrats, you support Labour. It's the same thing, And they're all leftists, every single one of them. The only one that wasn't was the BNP. And you saw what happened to them. All their lives got ruined. Their reputations destroyed, That is what it is. All the wrong ones get their comeuppance when they have to answer to God. Exactly. No sin will go unpunished. I truly believe that. That's why you need a savior. Yeah, Briedis was a great fighter. It's an illusion of choice, people. Don't vote or waste time. One of the reasons I won't vote is because they constantly send letters to your address and try to get you to do jury duty and all that other rubbish, which I never want to do. So I don't want them. I don't want them coming to my door. And have you ever drove a car before? No, never drove a car. Never. I drove a Dodge, but I've never drove a car. No. Subscribe to Anthony. I'll unsubscribe from Anthony Joshua YouTube page. No, no, subscribe to Thunderdome. His name's Anthony and all. Remember the Outer Limits episode from the 90s with the robot girlfriend? She becomes instantly jealous and kills any woman he speaks to. Yeah. Maybe that'll happen. Your virtual waifu will start like coming out the screen and attacking every woman that looks at you. But you can see the appeal for a young guy. Put yourself in the position of a young man born in this generation. Your entire life from day one, you've been told you're a man and you have testosterone, and that's a bad thing. You're a rapist, right? Don't look at women. Don't talk to them, right? If a woman's like slightly taller than you or slightly more attractive than you or whatever, stay away from her, right? You're not worth it. You're not worthy of having any decent woman. Being taught that women need affirmative action. They should be put in advantageous positions because they're women, because that's how they were born, and because the misogyny and the patriarchy and all this other stuff is all bad and it's all got to go. You've been fed all this stuff your entire life. while you've been growing up watching anime, playing video games. You don't have any friends aside from people you meet on the internet because, maybe during your childhood there was something like a lockdown where everybody had to wear a mask and everybody was treated as lepers. And that's the society The society is AI, internet, and just everything's virtual, right? Everything's digital. Why would you even bother going and trying to get a girlfriend? Why would you bother trying to put yourself out there and potentially humiliate yourself to have a relationship? Why would you put yourself through that when you could just go on Pornhub and have AI come up with whatever type of woman you want, right? And have because again, even though it's not real, it's a fantasy, right? In your head, it's real. Like the emotions that you have towards that are real, but you don't have to deal with any of the negative stuff. So you can see the appeal. Why a young man would want that? Why they would want some sort of virtual relationship, and why that would seem, it would seem advantageous. There's really no downside to it in the mind of a modern young man. That feminism and sexual harassment BS is just a way for women to artificially increase their value by being more selective. Yeah, but it's like we talked about earlier. It's backfiring on them now because men are turning away from women. Like a lot of women have to try extremely hard to find a man now because a lot of men who grow up in the same era as them just aren't interested. Like men are becoming, in a sense, they're becoming asexual, or they're becoming like computer sexual, whatever you want to call it. So if you manage to start a convo, you're doing better than most do. Yeah, exactly. And look, I can, like, I'm the type of person I can talk to anybody. Like, it doesn't matter who they are. Like, I talk to women all the time when I'm out. Just like see if it's somebody speaks to me, I'll speak back to them. I can have a normal conversation. I don't treat them any different. But like there's people out there who, like, they literally can't look at women. They can't look them in the eye. They can't talk to them. They can't have any sort of discourse with them whatsoever. And that's because of the way they've been raised. It's horrible, man. I would hate to be a young man now in this day and age. I would hate it. It would be horrible. I'm so glad I was born in the 90s because the 90s was based, and I became based. Feminism has ruined women. Guess who invented feminism? I'll give you a clue. They have big noses and small hats. Goblins. The goblins from Harry Potter. Yeah, they invented it. Prime Loma would make Javonte Davis look stupid. Yeah, of course he would. And I even think today's Loma would. Stay humble, in it, fam. And don't shop in their shops, in it, fam. Yeah, you ain't about that life, big man. You ain't about that life, rude boy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Pump you up in it. I like your streams. They're very chill, and you can talk about anything. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. That's the thing. My streams, anything goes on my streams. Anything goes. Any topic. It doesn't have to be boxing related. It can be anything. It's all good with me. It's all good with me. And I'll always be honest. I never lie to you guys. I'll always be honest. Johnny Nelson was actually effective in a boring sort of way. He could have sneaked a points decision against 95% of fighters on a good night. Yeah, because he would just bore them to sleep and they would just pass out and he'd just pick up the points. Tommy Robinson is also a degenerate. I come from the same area and I've heard stories, put it that way. Yeah. Yeah, he seems the type, doesn't he? Like, he seems like a wrong one to me anyway. Like I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him, especially knowing that he's got government connections. How do you think the fight would go down between Naya Inoue and Nick Ball at 126? I think Inoue knocks him out. Ball's a good fighter, tough guy, good stamina, but and he's decent on the inside, but I think Inoue knocks him out. Way too powerful, way too explosive. Easy fight for Inoue. Get a career girl. You don't need men. You can be degenerate boss bay as well. Yeah. And then when they're 40 years old and their eggs have dried up and no man wants them anymore because they spent all their years trying to be a careerist, that's when they complain because, that's when they end up with cats, which will eat them when they die. Yeah, notice how Antifa just disappeared all of a sudden. Yeah, you don't see them anywhere now. They've disappeared. Because they were government renter crowds funded by George Soros. Definitely grassroots. Yeah, they were like orcs, like bred from the pits of hell, and sent to disrupt society. Absolute degenerates they are. First thing I look for in a party is to see they legalize firearms. One does, they have my vote. Oh, absolute, mate. If firearms become legal in this country, that's a good start. A lot of shit will change overnight if firearms become legal. I tell you that. That's a good start for this country. Absolutely. Yeah, reform has a load of immigrant candidates, and those are just those are just tokens basically to get immigrants to vote. Basically. Yeah, yeah, Labour will win most likely. Well, it seems like it to me. I mean, with the Tories saying they're going to create national service and force 18-year-olds to join the army, can you imagine? Like we were talking about before, like an 18-year-old boy who spends all his days watching anime and jerking off in his room to his video games. You think he's going to join the army? Really? You think his parents are going to vote Tory based on that? Of course not. Yeah, when will BLM come back? Probably when another crackhead dies of a drug overdose in police custody. Maybe. It's raining in Nottingham right now. Is it still sunny in Glasgow? Yeah. Well, it was raining this morning, but it was sunny at the same time. It was weird. Like the weather kept changing, but right now it's roasting. It's really warm, even at 8 o'clock at night. Still really warm here. Man, I miss Nottingham. I need to go back there again sometime. I was there a few times last year. I need to go again. Tommy Robinson has to be controlled. Why on earth does he get the coverage he does? If you've ever been in a fringe party, you'll know coverage is a nightmare. Mate, if you're in a fringe party, no one's heard of you except everyone else in the party. No one's heard of you aside from that. Yeah, Lomachenko beats Davis but gets jobbed. I could see that, but it would have to be a pretty major robbery because I don't think Davis could outbox him or win any rounds clearly. The fact people still believe in either Labour or Tories, considering the or the degradation of the UK in the last 70 years, is honestly a testament to how lost most people are. Yeah, and the fact that they think that the two parties are any different. They think Labour is for the working class and all that other stuff. They're going to help working class people and lower taxes and all that stuff, and they're going to create jobs. And people think that Tories are like the based right wing party who are going to close the borders. And people are just so stupid, man. Like, they're both the same. These politicians are educated in the same places. They've all got the same ideology. They're just the same people. It's a manufactured two-party system, just like what they have in America. Yeah, the same thing happened with Trump and the Republican Party. It's the same thing. Trump's a lifelong registered Democrat. So why would anybody trust him? Most people are brainwashed. Just look at how many were queuing for HRS to get the jab. Yeah, without even learning anything about it, the side effects, learning about the what ingredients are in it. They were taking it just because the media said to take it. And it shows the average person is a sheep who will do as they're told. And now a lot of those people, a lot of the people who are dealing with the side effects of the vaccine, and are complaining about it to the government. Well, I don't feel sorry for them. I don't feel sorry for them whatsoever. These would have been the same people that would call us tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorists for telling them to wait and find out if there are any side effects. They would have attacked us for that. Women hitting the wall, I feel sorry for them, but at the same time I don't. While I laugh, all their partying is catching up to them and their arrogance. Yeah, I see what you mean. Like it's a lot of it's to do with ignorance. They don't know that's how that they're ruining their lives. They think they're doing the right thing by belittling men and promoting feminism and all that, but they end up just ruining it for themselves because when they reach a point where they think, okay, I've had my fun now, I want to settle down and have children. Well, it's not an option anymore because you're 40 years old and you look about 60, and your eggs have dried up and no man's interested. You might find some drunk piece of shit, loser who might sleep with you, but that's not gonna. It's not the same, is it? It's not gonna be the same. I don't think I'm even registered to vote. Not sure if that's illegal, but I have never got a letter, and I know there were not many There were not any sent to my previous address. Maybe the government doesn't know I exist. Yeah. Well, I hope the government doesn't know I exist. I've never gotten one either, and I've never voted. So I can only hope that they don't know I exist. That would be a good thing. I could be like Batman, innit? Just sneak about. Some guy is suing a software company on update that destroyed his virtual girlfriend. Could he not just download a new one and just program it to be the same? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know how that works, but that is kind of funny, yeah. Destroyed his virtual girlfriend. That's funny. I've always taken an interest in logician stuff, and the old "you don't vote, you can't complain" line has got to be one of the craziest, most irrational arguments. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. If you don't vote, you can't complain. Like, I've heard that before, and it's just again, I don't even have the words to describe how stupid and illogical that is. I never wore a mask during the whole COVID stuff. I remember feeling like a shepherd among sheep. I was the only one in the shops without one, and I would get some dodgy looks off the terrified normies. Mate, I would walk into a shop. There'd be like some big fat bitch, like morbidly obese woman wearing a mask, and she'd be like, "I need to get out of here because people aren't wearing masks." And then they'd go to McDonald's, because they care so much about their health. Like someone who's literally morbidly obese, like should be in a bloody mobility scooter. It's a the fact that they can even walk is a miracle in itself. The fact that they're even alive is a miracle, and they're wearing a mask and shaming you for not wearing one because you might put their health at risk while they eat McDonald's. The government closed all the gyms, but they kept all the McDonald's open, because they care so much about our health. They told us all to just eat and don't cook, don't go out and get your own food, don't socialize, nothing. Just stay in your house, jerk off to your virtual waifu, and eat McDonald's, and you'll be happy. You'll own and make sure you get your jabs. You'll own nothing, and you'll be happy. There's a survey that 1 of 3 men will be virgins by 30. I think it'll be higher, way higher. I think at some point. I think this AI stuff, GF stuff, making me crack up. Yeah, but it's not as crazy as you might think. Like in the near future, that'll be the norm. It is the norm among certain social circles. Right-wing party gets elected, stagnates, and loses to left-wing party. Left-wing party gets elected, destroys the country, and loses to the right-wing party. Process repeats. Western society continues. Yeah, it's self-destruction. Yep, that sums it up perfectly. It sums it up perfectly. Where was I? Losing my place here. One sec. A lot of women today just want to do OnlyFans. Yeah, because and that's the thing. Like, that's another thing that destroys relationships. These women will just post things online, basically pornography online, and they get paid for it. So why would they ever need a man when they've got people on the internet paying for them to show their feet and show their tits and all that? Like, what incentive is there to have a relationship? No incentive whatsoever. That's another symptom of the problem. But even the OnlyFans models are coming out of business because, again, the virtual waifus are taking their business off them because they come free, and they won't nag you. The WBA and Eddie Hearn offered Inoue a fight on Joshua undercard last September. He told him to get lost. I'm glad he told him to get lost. He can fight in Japan instead. I was binge watching your old videos yesterday, and I came across the video you were talking about the black pill and Christianity, and it was therapeutic. Yeah, thanks, man. Well, like that was therapeutic making that video, because the stuff I was talking about in that video, I was kind of scared to say it because it kind of sounded. I felt people might take it the wrong way, like it's very, very defeatist. That's what it came across as. But when you think about it and put it into my perspective, it's really not, because I was speaking from the perspective of a saved, born-again Christian. So I believe I'm going to heaven. I believe that my soul is on the right path. And, becoming black-pilled, in a sense, I believe is part of the process of accepting reality and letting go of the things of this world and putting trust in God, because I believe that God is sovereign And I believe that the things that are happening in the world are happening because they're supposed to happen, right? It's a sign of the end times. So the point I wanted to get across in that video is to stop trying to save the world, stop stressing yourself out, and instead put your trust in Jesus and take care of the things you can take care of. Take care of yourself, your family, your own soul. Pray, repent, trust in Jesus that you shall be saved. That's what's important, because no one of us can change the world, right? If you can preach the gospel, you can change somebody. You could put somebody on the path that could change their heart, and that's all you can do. And that's more important. Craig Richards is probably still seething about being called a bomber clot. Yeah, then getting schooled afterwards. Getting called a bomber clot, then getting schooled. But like I got to be honest, I was very impressed with Willie Hutchinson in that fight. I think he showed a very good boxing IQ. Like there's still a few things he can work on. He's still not perfect, but he showed a very good boxing IQ. Give it a couple of years, he could be a top light heavyweight if he stays on the straight and narrow. Most regular women aren't even like what social media portrays. A lot of stuff people see online is just complete bollocks. Yeah, yeah. Look, the internet is not it's not an accurate representation of what society is like. Not all the time. Like again, I meet people whenever I go out. Nice people. I talk to them, and again, I can talk to anybody, men, women. It doesn't matter. Like there's nice people out there. There's good people out there, and not everybody is a retard normie that you see on Reddit, for example. That's not a the bots you see talking to each other on Reddit are not an accurate representation of society. You know, especially not people from my era. There's a lot of people from my era who are good people. Yeah, I don't know about firearms. Hatman's kids might come shooting at some white people. Yeah, but the white people can shoot back. That's what's good about it. We can shoot back. I'd rather go to prison than be sent abroad to die in a pointless war. I agree. If they ever try to make me join the army, they can send me to prison because I'm never doing it. Don't care what they say. Don't care what they say. They said it's not compulsory, but they want to encourage younger people to join. Oh, from what I heard, it was compulsory. Maybe I heard wrong. I don't know, but I heard it was compulsory. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I used to be in the Libertarian Party and we'll disagree on a lot, but licensed firearm ownership was a policy. Sadly, we had a theft within the party which ruined it. Well, that's a shame. But I agree. I believe legal gun ownership is an absolute necessity for any free society. I really do. Yeah, that baby reindeer was a weird story. I don't believe a word either of them come out with. Both got a screw loose and two crazies found each other. Yeah, I know nothing about it. In America, the House just passed a bill automatically registering men ages 18 to 26 to get drafted because of everything going on with Russia. And America, the feminists are all quiet all of a sudden. Yeah, yeah. Suddenly the feminists don't want equal rights, do they? When it comes to being drafted into the war, that's when the whole suffragette shit just gets completely and utterly dropped, doesn't it? Be back in a sec. I'm going to the toilet. All right, I'm back. I'm back, and not only did I go for a piss, but I went to get another can, which is of course important. All right, what was I? Labour are just going to tax big corporations, which will inevitably cause these companies to either flee the country and trade elsewhere, or just made a lot of cuts, which means people will get sacked. Yeah, exactly. Because they want to create jobs, because they're all about the working class, or so they say. It's amazing we got a vaccine within weeks when it would have normally taken years to get a new drug onto the market. Either it didn't go through the testing, or COVID was a planned event, had to be one. Yeah, has to be one. But you wear a tinfoil hat and you listen to Alex Jones, blah blah blah. Yeah. Yeah, when the demons come, the normies will think they're aliens. Yeah, it'll be like the movie Signs, when the aliens show up, and it's actually demons, but the media claims it's an alien invasion. Vacancy: we are currently recruiting a girlfriend programmer to work in our. Also recruiting a girlfriend tester. Hey, look, I'll be a virtual girlfriend tester. I'll do that job. Why not, eh? Yeah, being a virgin isn't a bad thing. It's a good thing, and it should be encouraged. Should wait until marriage. I'm 19, turning 20, so I'm right at the prime age. So drafted. So lucky me. Oh, lucky you, man. You get to die overseas for no reason, to fight those crazy Russians. Yeah, normies will think demons are their friends. Yeah, they probably already do. No, plot twist. They are the demons. The normies are the demons. Too much light coming in. Yeah, it's getting dark now. It's spooky, isn't it? It's like I'm telling a ghost story. All right. Do these people who pay for OF not realize, or OnlyFans, that if they want to look at that sort of thing, you can easily get it for free? Mate, just go on Google. Go on Google and just type in, I don't know, some woman, and you'll see them. You'll see pictures of them, and you'll see videos of them on YouTube. It's like, have these people just discovered the internet? Do they not understand that, like, the internet was partially made for porn? There's like porn everywhere. It's free. It's always been free. I mean, these people are such noobs. They're paying. They're going on a website and paying a woman to show them her tits. You could just Google tits. And if you're into, like, look, I'm not encouraging this type of shit, by the way. I believe that looking at a woman with lust is a sin, because that's what Jesus Christ said, right? But if I was that way inclined, right, it ain't difficult to find tits on the internet. It ain't difficult, right? There's so many websites. There's so many, like, dodgy things you can go to. Like, you don't need to pay hundreds of dollars. And this is the thing I don't get as well, right? Some of these guys pay thousands of dollars on OnlyFans. And look, please don't misinterpret what I'm saying here. I don't support prostitution. I don't support promiscuity, right? But if you've got that kind of disposable income, if you can afford, like, there was a guy on OnlyFans who gave a woman 10 grand so that she'd give him a hug, and then she spent it on a holiday with a boyfriend or whatever, right? If you can afford to give thousands of dollars to a woman on OnlyFans, surely you can afford a good hooker. Like, I mean, have these people never gone outside before? Have you any idea how easy it is to hire a hooker in this day and age? How easy that is, and how cheap it is, by the way. Like, if you can spend, if you have that kind of disposable income, if you can spend thousands upon thousands of dollars on an OnlyFans girl and receive nothing in return, if that's not even a big deal to you, that you can spend that sort of money, surely you can hire a hooker, a good one as well. Or you could just go out there and find a gold digger, or so. Like, if you've got that kind of money, I feel dirty even talking about this, because this should be common sense to somebody who has that kind of money. It's like that old saying, a fool and his money are easily parted. Like, I don't know, man. Like, again, don't misinterpret what I just said there, please. I'm not speaking from personal experience, but look, one does hear rumors, put it that way, you know. And I have been outside before. I do know people. I know a lot of people. All right, and I've heard a lot of things, you know. Yeah, let's drop this subject, shall we? OnlyFans is there to ruin women. A guy with a big nose owns it. Not a surprise. Yeah, yeah, not a surprise at all. What's a conspiracy theory that should be more popular that isn't? I think the transvestigation theory. Look at that one. Look at that theory. Some of you might get it. I worry about my family as most of them aren't believers in Jesus. Well, I worry about them too. I worry about them too, and I pray for them. I pray for them because when you know Jesus, you know you're saved. No Jesus, no love. No Jesus, no peace. I had someone try to tell me the other day that Christianity is man-made because a religion was made to control the masses. But what masses? What masses were the Israelites being? How did it control the Israelites exactly? Please explain that to me. What about Christianity kept these people in line, and how was it ever used at any point in history for a political gain? What did it? What does telling somebody to have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ and to repent and trust in Him that they shall be saved, and to respect the parameters that come with Christianity? How is that a control? What does that do to control people? To control the masses? I tell you what does control the masses: telling them to wear a mask and inject drugs up their ass, and to not say certain words because they might offend somebody. That's being used to control the mass, right? Political correctness, cultural Marxism, that controls the masses. Christianity doesn't. Christianity doesn't support big government, and it doesn't support that kind of authoritarian system. Right? It's not a political tool at all. It couldn't be. Okay, it's about your personal relationship with God. It's about salvation, you know. But if you don't shoot back, you get done or a hate crime. Or if you shoot back, you get done hate crime. Yeah, but that's why the law needs to change. The law needs to change so that using your gun in self-defense, there's no case, right? Because it's self-defense, you know. Where was I? Yeah, the internet is a perfect representation of Zoomers because they're the people that were raised by the internet. We were raised before the internet became mainstream, you know. If you can't have guns, it's a reason for you. It's it's for a reason, not for your benefit. Exactly. It's to take away your personal sovereignty, so you don't have the right to self-defense, to home defense, to protect yourself from a tyrannical government. You know, the government in this country could round us all up easily because we don't have the means to defend ourselves. Which is the good thing about America. America still has that constitution that protects their rights, and I hope you never let go of it. I hope the Americans never give up their guns and never tear up the Constitution. Never allow that to happen. That Constitution protects you from what's happened to us in the UK. It protects you from ending up in our situation, you know. I might need to join the Libertarian Party since I lost my driver's license the other day. Yeah. Yeah, I've never had one. If you can't fight back against possible tyranny, then are you really free? No, we're not free. As far as I'm concerned, the citizens of this country aren't citizens. No, the people of the UK aren't citizens in our own country. We're slaves to a dictatorship because we're not citizens. We can't own guns, you know, so we don't have the right to bear arms. We don't have personal sovereignty. If they come to enlist, just say you identify as a woman, use pronouns. Oh yeah, they won't enlist you then. That would be a good way to get out of it, you know. Just seen all over the news, Putin has traveled to North Korea to meet with Kim Jong-un. That'd be funny. That'd be quite funny, you know. Kim Jong-un's a funny guy. I like him. North Korea might be based. Yeah, maybe. I don't know much about North Korea, so I have no idea. Recruiters called my house when I turned 18. My mum told them, "You don't want my son. He's gay." I never heard from them again. That's not a bad idea, then, isn't it? Just tell them you're gay, and then the government won't want you. Yeah, yeah. It was and don't ask, don't tell error. Yeah, I'm gonna have trouble dodging the draft. I'm 19 and in shape. Yeah, but like I said, just tell them you're gay, then you'll be fine. You know. Oh yeah, tell them you voted for Trump. No, you voted for Trump. They'll probably put you on the front line, so you get shot. You can be a bullet sponge, you know. Operation Human Shield. I'm off to the front. You ever seen You ever played Hogs of War? There's that like secret cutscene in the game where he's like, the guy tries to join the army, and he's got glasses. He's like, I wear glasses. Will it affect me medical? And he's like, no, not at all, son. We'll stick you in the front so you don't miss anything. I'd rather go to prison than die for politicians' political agendas. Yeah, I agree. Just be a mute. Yeah, just don't say anything when they show up, so they won't have a clue what to do. They'll think you can't hear them. You know, they'll think, nah, he'd be useless in the army. Are there any private piles in the chat? They'll sneak in jelly donuts if they get drafted. Yeah, everybody do push-ups while Private Pile eats his jelly donut. That's a funny scene. I've never seen that whole movie, but I've seen that scene. You know, where was I? Maybe if I cut weight and I'm fighting Tank, they'll think I'm bulimic. Yeah, shove your fingers down your throat and binge and purge. Prison is daycare compared to war for BS you don't even believe in. Yeah, it probably is. Don't prisoners get Wi-Fi these days and Sky TV and all that? Like, it's probably like a holiday, isn't it? You probably get fed better in prison than at home, I'd imagine. Thoughts on Inoue versus Donahue and Inoue versus Goodman? I've never seen Goodman fight, so I don't know. Inoue should beat Donahue easily. Oh, I'm getting so confused, man. Coughing. Officer, I can't join the army. I'm racist. Yeah. Do you have any? They'll say, do you have any prejudices which might get in the way? You say, yeah, I don't particularly like those blacks. They make me sick. I don't particularly like those homosexuals. And oh, I know. Well, let me stop you there. I don't think you can. I don't think you can join us. You know, or maybe they'll stick you in the front so you don't miss anything. So many people my age are closeted homosexuals, probably because of porn. Yeah, porn does like crazy things to people's minds. That's what I don't watch it at all. I some of you'll think I'm lying. I'm not saying I've never watched it, but I don't watch any porn at all. Stay well away from it. And I'd encourage you to do the same. The degeneracy has ruined polluted girls and young women. Yeah, it's done the same to men. It's done the same to everybody, you know. Yeah, that was true. 10,000 for a hug. Look it up. A guy paid an OnlyFans model 10,000 to meet her and give him a hug, and that was it. Then she went on holiday and all that. So you got to think that guy's loaded, right? He's loaded, despite obviously being a complete idiot. He's loaded. Now he could afford. Let me. Look, I've already said it. He could afford a good hooker. Let's be honest. He could probably afford a gold digger. If he can afford to waste money like that. I mean, come on, man. They must be mentally deranged or damaged in some way. You'd have to be. But how does someone that's mentally deranged end up with that kind of money? I just, again, it's like a fool and his money are easily parted, you know? Yeah, you can just pay a regular girl, not even a hooker. Like you go up to a regular girl these days, offer them 10 grand. She'll at least give you an hand job under the sheets. I mean, come on. Like, hey, you give me 10 grand. I'm not saying I'll do it, but you know, something in the back of my mind will tell me it's 10 grand. Come on. I'm like, no. I'd have to like slap myself and be like, no, don't. It ain't worth it. Like, you know what I'm saying though? It's 10 grand. You know, come on. It's way too much to pay for a hug. If I'm giving a girl 10 grand, I'm expecting more than a hug. Put it that way. When I used to go to parties, there would always be straight guys making out with dudes, mate. Do you know one of the most disturbing things I ever saw in that regards was when I was in army cadets. And guys, mate, something about army cadets. I was in army cadets for about a year and a bit when I was a kid. And there was so much like gay shit in army cadets. People slapping each other's asses, people showering together. Like when you would go on camp, it was even worse. I actually got sexually assaulted when I was 13 by like 3 guys who were like 18 or something in army cadets. I think they were in like their final year of it. And like I just had a shower and I was wearing pants and they literally grabbed me, threw me into a room, grabbed my towel off me, and they were like laughing at the pants I was wearing. And I'm like I didn't occur to me at the time because that was the kind of shit that happened. But like looking back at it now, that's sexual assault. And like one of the like color sergeants came in and saved me. Like he told them to bugger off, and I got away. But I'm just thinking about that now as like a 30-year-old man. I'm like that was flat out sexual assault. That's what that was. Like that's disgusting. And I saw a lot of stuff like that in army cadets. Guys like pretending to make out with each other and just acting really queer. Like it was just so creepy. I had to get out of there. I had to get out of there as soon as possible. And I did, Like short I didn't last long after that. Because I was considering joining the army when I was a kid. That was why I went to army cadets. It might be his yearly savings. Yeah. Yeah, it might be. Come to think of it, it might be. Like maybe the guy was just mentally ill and he thought, I'll just give it all my money and then whatever happens after that happens. But I don't know, man. Like I just kind of think he must have had disposable income if he can do that. I mean, come on, man. In a way, I feel sorry for the guy. In a way, I don't. In a way, I want to bitch slap him. The crazy thing is that people would find out and they wouldn't even care. Yeah, they would. That's the thing. That's what's sick about it. Like, man, when I was a kid, like, if you found something like that out, though, it would make you sick. You'd avoid the person. He could have gone on holiday to a resort in Mexico and hooked up with some Latinas. Yeah. He could have gone like on a night out, splashed the cash a bit, and he could have gone home with a couple of like half drunk sluts or something. He could, mate. This is what pisses me off. Look. If I sound like I'm a bit of a creep when I talk about this kind of stuff. See, if I wanted to, I could go to like Loch Lomond on a summer's day, right? Let's say I go up there on the weekend on a summer's day, and I could camp there for the night. Do you know how many like horny, like half drunk slags there would be that I could have my pick off that would sleep with anything that moves? I'm not even kidding. Like it's that easy. Like it's so easy to get laid in this country. Like I'm not saying I'm that way inclined, but if I was, you've no idea how easy it is. You could go to any bar on a night out in this country, and there are so many desperate women out there. Like again, I can't fathom paying thousands of dollars to a girl on the internet to show you her feet and show you her tit. Like, man, it annoys me thinking about it. The things you could have done with that 10 grand, like you said, he could have gone on holiday to Mexico. He could have put it towards a house. Like, like it's 10 grand and he got a hug for it, man. You know what you could do with 10 grand? Like, oh man, it's annoying me. You could have bought so much Iron Brew with that 10 grand. If you got 10K for a hug, then get yourself a wild night in a hotel room, getting some champagne, and yeah, you could be like, you could spend a week snorting coke off a hooker's ass with 10 grand if you know who to go to. And mate, come on, man, it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, exactly, yeah. Latinas in person versus pixels on a screen. Yeah, I mean, come on. Latinas in person, you could have a few of them, or some pictures on a screen. Jesus is the most documented person on earth. Yep, he is. Absolutely. He's a historical fact. I've known a few lads who pretended to be gay when ostensibly they weren't. Maybe they were for real. I don't know why you'd pretend to be gay for any reason. I don't know why. You got to have something wrong with you. AJ will KO Dubois easily, and I don't like AJ. I agree. AJ should KO Dubois easily. They're similar type of fighter, but AJ's just so much more refined. He's so much better. Hits harder, more skilled. I think he wins easily. I do. That reminds me. Remember the first stream of yours I jumped in? I told you I saw a hooker on that exact day. Yeah. Listen, this guy here, I guarantee you didn't spend 10 grand. I guarantee you got yourself a hooker. You didn't spend 10 grand. I guarantee you it didn't cost half of that. Like, not even a quarter of it, I'd probably guarantee. I know people who have said they're gay on job applications to get them a better chance of getting it. That's not a bad idea. You could do that. I mean, I probably wouldn't do it, but you could do that to get a job, If Christianity was an effective way of controlling the masses, they'd be using it right now. Of course they would. You're telling me the government right now at this point in time don't want to control the masses. So if Christianity is a control tool, like Islam is a control tool, but if Christianity is a control tool, wouldn't they be using it now? Why wouldn't they? I'm sure it's just coincidence that a bunch of prophecies about Jesus that were written thousands of years before he came to earth. Yeah. The Old Testament literally prophesies the coming of Jesus. And I'm sure it's just coincidence that the Bible became the greatest selling book of all time, that Christianity was widely accepted all across the Middle East, all across Europe, all across the Americas, and still is to this day. I'm sure that was just a coincidence. It was just something that happened. It wasn't divine intervention. It wasn't spiritual. Yeah, sure. No. I hate to say it, but America would be better if prostitution was legal. Listen, prostitution, technically, it's not legal, but it kind of is, if you know what I mean. There's so many ways around it. Like, you won't get in trouble. You won't get charged with prostitution. It's so not unless you're a complete idiot. There's so many ways around it. Everyone who does gay stuff as a joke is gay. It's never once crossed my mind to kiss a dude as a mate. If I had kissed one of my friends or something, I couldn't look them in the eyes ever again, even if I was drunk or something. I couldn't do that. It's horrible. Yeah, instead they're using our sinful nature to control us. Exactly. They're using our sinful desires to control us rather than rather than promoting being humble and controlling your biology, controlling your urges, which I would say is a much better thing to do for our own individual sovereignty. Instead, they're making us think we have no agency, we have no free will, that we're just animals basically who do what we're instinctually supposed to do. Like, that seems like more of a control tool to me, to take away people's sovereignty and their agency. If a guy kissed me as a joke, he would be kissing the pavement the next second. Yeah, I'd lay somebody out if they did that to me. If it was like a passionate kiss or something, not if it was just like, like a kiss on the cheek or something. I guess some cultures do that, but if it was like a sexual thing, they're getting laid out. I might get shit for this, but the Second Amendment means nothing when the current American military has drones that kill you in seconds. Well, it doesn't mean nothing. Look, it counts for something. Look, I'd rather have a gun and be attacked by drones than not have a gun and be attacked by drones. Put it that way, it still means something. First things dictatorships used to do was confiscate guns, loads of them throughout history. Yeah, and we're experiencing one right now. We're experiencing a dictatorship. I agree with the Second Amendment as a concept, but I don't think that it does that much. Although it's better it's better to have than not. That's the only argument you need. I'd rather have it than not have it. Even though it might not always be fit for purpose, I'd rather have it than not have it. He could start his own OnlyFans account with them, make a bunch of profit instead while enjoying the rest. Yeah. Do you reckon? Do you reckon I could start an OnlyFans and show you guys my tits? And I don't know, I might get a 10 grand donation off of some autist, Or I could do one of them like mukbang channels. I can just sit and eat food and people can watch me eat. That might be quite good. Some people like that, You can at least defend yourself. Yeah. Yeah, at least. I was drunk is not an excuse. I've always seen excessive drinking as feminine and attention seeking. Yeah. I'm not a excessive drinker either. And you're right, it definitely is attention seeking. Oh, look at me! I'm just like that scene in Family Guy. The drunk chick at the party. This song is about me. Like, you remember that scene? That's what it reminds me of. Yeah, you get drafted to fight for Israel. Yeah. Most women these days are fake with plastic surgery and copy the Kardashians. Why women can't be natural? Yeah. Do you know when I see a woman who doesn't look natural, like when they've had plastic surgery and they're covered in makeup? Do you know what I immediately think? I think that they're trannies. Like that's what immediately comes into my head. I'm like, oh, so is that really a woman? Like that's what I immediately think. Full Metal Jacket is a great movie. Yeah, I've never seen the whole thing. Was it Stanley Kubrick or someone made it into? I've only seen that one scene with the jelly donut. You even get medic care in prison better than outside. Yeah, you do. You can't even get a doctor's appointment nowadays here, but you go to prison, you'll get one. The US should send a letter to every Ben Shapiro subscriber. Yeah, mate, Ben Shapiro. Like, I would love to bitch slap that guy. I would love to bitch slap him. I would. No, let's stop. I want to learn about population. That's what he's like. He's one of these like nasally voiced little pricks. Like, that's white supremacy. You need to stop that. I am okay with gay marriage. I have been okay with gay marriage ever since the beginning. I think the conservatives need to get over that. I think it's okay for gays to adopt children. Oh, no, but what you're saying there was anti-Semitic. Yeah, I know what you're saying is true, but it's anti-Semitic, and I think saying Christ is king, I interpret that as a threat against my people. Like I swear somebody should just bitch slap that guy on camera and make an example of him. He should be shunned from every single conservative movement, and any conservative movement that has him in their circle should be shunned, as far as I'm concerned. I find it really funny when the Metro Police post a mugshot online and you see a bunch of comments on Facebook saying he won't last in prison. Inmates will do X, Y, and Z, yet they've never been to prison. Yeah. They know nothing about prison. I know a lad who inherited 10K off his mum and got cleaned out by a gold digging alkie within months. They were social media whores as well. Wow, that's horrible, mate. That's horrible. Feel bad for him. Anyone can last in prison. Yeah, of course they can. Of course they can. Yeah, salute to the gay military. For 10K, I'm using her for 6 months straight. Yeah, for 10K, I'm having not only her, I'm having her sister, I'm having her mum, I'm having all her cousins, I'm having the whole lot of them. It sounds like you was about to be non-stop Nordic. Do you know what? In retrospect, it seems that way. Hey, I was a good-looking 13-year-old boy, so why wouldn't I be? 10K, I better be able to chain it or a radiator. Yeah, chain it or a radiator. Or you better be able to have her chain you to a radiator and have a drip candle wax on you. That's the kind of thing you're expecting for 10 grand. Come on. I might have to go commit crime in Wisconsin. I can talk boxing with Johnny Boy instead of dying for Israel. Yeah, you can share a cell with Johnny Boy. Yeah, why not? Yeah, you almost got Dave Coldwell. Dave Nonswell, yeah. Go to DR or Cuba or something. Yeah, you can escape. Problem is, you don't know what you catch off them. Yeah, that's why you got to be real careful. You got to go for a nice hot shower once you're done. She went on vacation to Mexico with his 10K. Yes, she did with her boyfriend. Apparently, she had a boyfriend, and she went on she went on vacation after it. Baby reindeer type girls, yeah. There's so many things I can do with 10 grand. Geez, sick people in the head, people, man. Yeah, mate. If someone just gave me 10 grand, let's say if I just found 10 grand and could do whatever I want with it, I'm not wasting it on a hug. I tell you, I'll do something much more substantial with it than that. Like buy like a 10-year supply of Iron Brew or something. That's better. Dubon is a scumbag. Yeah, he's a cheating scumbag. If he's that desperate for a hug, then that's what mums are for. Getting 10K at a casino would be a better investment. Yeah. Just bet it on Terence Crawford, and you'll make £200 back or something. I don't know. Like, you might as well. You might as well just bet the whole 10K on Terence Crawford, knowing that his fights are probably rigged anyway, and you'll make a little bit of profit there. I said champagne, not cocaine, for the record. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I was joking. Like, but that's the thing. Like, you could snort coke off a hooker's ass for 10 grand. Like for way less than that, of course. I would have replaced my car for 10K. He's a moron. Yeah, exactly. You get yourself a nice, like, good quality one. A nice new car, or it's like 10K worth of petrol money. Porn has definitely change the dynamic of sexual interaction for sure. Dudes are more attached to watching others guck than partaking it themselves, hence cooking. Yeah, because a lot of people have a fetish for that, like actually watching other people do it. And like there was one thing I heard about. I haven't looked into it much, but I heard about there's apparently an anime that came out not too long ago. I don't watch anime, but apparently there was one that came out and it was called Rent a Girlfriend. I don't know if any of you guys heard of it, but it's about this guy who like has a fetish for being rejected by women. So it's like he pays this girl to pretend to be his missus. And like, apparently the guy got like abused by his grandma or something. So it's like he has like a fetish for like being like mistreated by women or something. And it's like he has this thing. He has this like really like attractive chick who wants to sleep with him. Right? She wants to be his girlfriend. Like she's not the one he pays. It's someone else. She wants to be his missus. Right? So like he'll go on a date with her, and then he'll say, "I need to go." Like right when she's about to sleep with him, he'll be like, "I need to go," and he'll go and like masturbate in the shower. Just like the thought of being like the thought of being like cock blocked or something, or the thought of being rejected is what actually gets him off. That's what excites him. And apparently that's a real thing. Apparently there's like a lot of people in the world who have or like a lot of young people now have that fetish. Like they actually have a fetish for being humiliated and being cooked basically. I don't know where that comes from or what causes it, but it's apparently a fetish people have. And like they made an anime about it apparently. Yeah, you might have noticed a theme. Anime is like so like it's so weird and creepy, and it's like I think it puts a lot of weird ideas in people's heads. Kind of like porn does. Porn is also why there's so many predators now because they copy the things they see in videos. Yeah, yeah, they see a lot of extreme things in videos, and it kind of what it does, or so I've heard, is it damages your ability to get like pleasure from like real sexual interaction. So just having sex with a woman it isn't enough to get you off because the things you've seen in these pornographic videos have put these like real sick ideas in your head, and to you it has to be very very extreme. Otherwise, you don't get anything from it, basically. So that's why they go out and they do these sick things to get their jollies, basically. And again, it's porn that causes it, or so I've heard. That guy gets paid for her fellas, flight, steak, Gucci shoes, and Hugo Boss branded shirts and shades. Yeah. I can't even joke about being gay because I feel gay doing it. So yeah, they're gay. Yeah, without a doubt. You can't even joke about it. Too much of a, you got too much machismo to joke about that. I have an all. In Great Britain, street prostitution is illegal, but sex for the exchange of money behind closed doors isn't illegal. Exactly. It's like curb crawling is illegal, but like actually buying or paying for an escort isn't, basically. It isn't illegal. Again, I'm not speaking from personal experience, so please don't like read this the wrong way. I'm just saying one does hear rumors, and I do know a lot of people. He could have had Latinas, and instead she had Latinas. Yeah, she had Latinas, and he had a nice little hug. Then he went home to watch OnlyFans. Remember when Herbie Hyde was done for curb crawling, and he was shocked. He said he thought curb crawling meant driving on the pavement. Yeah, that's funny. Oh. Would Nordic let Turkey hold his hand like fish eyes? Do you know what? Like, Turkey's got that kind of money, honey, where you probably would hold his hand because I mean that guy would probably tip you a couple of million, just to be nice. So you probably would. I don't know, man. If you're that desperate for money, I guess. Poor guy needs a serious intervention. Yeah, he does. Yeah. Shouldn't have said it meant nothing. No, yeah, I know what you meant. I know exactly what you mean. Actually, I know what you mean. You would get zesty goths asking to see your toes. Yeah. What do you think? Did you see the video of Steven Crowder kissing his former male employee? I didn't see it, but was it not gay Jared? Was it him? Was it that guy, not gay Jared, that he kissed? But Steven Crowder's a creep. Like I seen videos of him dressed as a woman and everything, and like, mate, that's sodomite behavior, and that's what lets me think that he's controlled opposition, among other things. I mean, he's friends with Dave Rubin and all that, so I never trusted him anyway. But yeah, You know what I mean. Stephen Crowder, in my opinion, controlled opposition. SD Goffs, yeah. I had attended Army Cadets for 3 years. I didn't see much gay stuff, thankfully. Good for you, man. Good for you. But there was a few high rank cadets that took their position very seriously and were very bossy. Yeah, they probably got off. There was probably like role playing to them. They probably got off to bossing people about, you know. Ben Shapiro is disgusting, both on the outside and the inside. Yeah, I don't know a serious, like, genuine conservative who likes Ben Shapiro. Not a single one. Ben Shapiro debating with Andrew Neil was hilarious. Yeah, is that the one where he's like, you know what? This is a very ill-mannered debate. I'm going to have to end this now, or something like that. He said, you know. Yeah, yeah. Ben Shapiro scum. He really is. Yeah, exactly. Like Shapiro, he's literally just like a Zionist supremacist. That's what he is, you know. I almost got jumped by Zesty Goffs. That's why I started boxing in the first place. I know, man. No comment. You should become a voice actor. Your voice acting is good. Oh, thanks, man. Cheers. Yeah, that's one of the things I wish I'd gotten into when I was younger, like voice acting for video games. That would have been fun. I think I'd have had a lot of fun doing that, you know. To knock his small hat off like Dillian White did to Salita. Yeah, yeah, that'd be funny. Just bitch slap it off him. Yeah, Ben Shapiro said Jesus was a criminal that got what he deserved. Yeah, well, of course he thinks that because he probably reads the Talmud. And if you guys have ever read the Talmud and you know what that contains, then yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna utter that here. I tell you that. All the girls that would hang out around the goth area in my city like me because I'm 6'2" and pretty-ish. And this group of zesty goth stalkers started following me around and threatening me. That's horrible, mate. Yeah. Zesty goths. You're tall in your profile picture. I'm about 5'8", I am. Oh yeah, but my profile picture here is Eomer. Because I saw Return of the King yesterday. And yeah, Eomer is a pretty based character. Like, war is the dominion of men. Like, he's a based character, him. Yeah, you can open a boxing gym with 10K. Yeah, you could. I could have given my coach that 10K to reopen the gym, you know, pay off the debts, you know. Shapiro looks like Pinocchio if he was a real boy. Yeah, he does, doesn't he? He definitely's got that like real like porcelain doll look about him, and he looks pure fake, and he even sounds fake, like he's got a pull string or something. Not that they were a threat, because their average height was 5'1", and they would wear metal boots and baggy jeans. In my school, like the goths used to wear like big long coats and then like a big chain or something. Some of them could actually fight, believe it or not. Never knew zesty goths were out here thugging. Yeah, some of them can kick ass. Some of them can fight. Everyone needs to be more aware of zesty goths. Yeah, we all gotta be aware of them. It should be common knowledge by now, you know. I saw a video of the group of zesty goths jumping another midget, and they were doing no damage. The kid was a pussy, and he ended up doing push-ups for them. Wow. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Women watch porn. Women. By the way, this is actually a fact. A lot of people don't know. Women consume a lot more porn than men do. I mean, there are like 9 million dildos bought every year. Who do you think's buying them? I mean, it's not just Chris Mannix who's buying them. Like, there's women buying them too. Believe me on that. It is, man. When I was 14, I was walking through customs while this foreign man searched me. He put one of his fingers down my ass crack. He put one of his fingers down your ass crack. I shouldn't be laughing because that ain't funny, but I don't know. It kind of is, actually, you know? Don't forget that when she says, I want this to be 50-50. I saw something where a guy pretended to be a dog on a leash. Mate, I've seen that too. But for this woman who claims she owned him, I really hope it was satire. No, it's furries. That's what furries do, mate. Like, I seen a thing recently about that. Mark Dice made a video about it. Apparently, a bunch of school kids in America actually campaigned against it because a lot of their a lot of their like classmates are identifying as furries, and they're walking around pretending to be dogs and like biting their knees and all that, like biting their ankles and being put on leashes and all. Like it's creepy. Like a lot of it's a new thing. Like bestiality is like a new thing that's being like promoted, but in like a lot of kids' social media stuff like that, and they actually have their own like they've got their own sort of, like Comic-Con where they go and dress up as they call it like FuzzCon or something. It's actually a popular thing around the world. Now, like it's becoming a common trend. It's really really disturbing. That's even worse. I mean, I'll take the virtual waifu over that. I tell you, creepy. I could have paid off my 4K in student loans, yeah, and then some. You could have paid it off twice. What do you think about race mixing? Let's not get into that here, shall we? Being a bisexual goth is a TikTok trend with Zoomers. All the social rejects buy a skateboard and wear skirts with skulls on them and baggy jeans. Yeah, they do that because no one understands them because they're so edgy. They're just too edgy to conform. Yeah, it messes up people's dopamine levels. It does for sure. I've seen Rent a Girlfriend. A guy pays a girl to go on dates with him because his girlfriend dumped him. Then a girl confesses to him and stays committed to his paid girlfriend like a cook. Yeah, but well, I haven't watched it, but I heard a review of it, and I heard somebody say that it's apparently a common thing or a common trend, like a common fetish people have. It's like a really attractive girl wants to be with him and wants to be his girlfriend, but he thinks to himself like he would rather like go on a date with her, get rejected, and then go home and masturbate in the shower. Like that's kind of like that's how he gets off. He gets off to being. I think it's something to do with like his grandmother, like who raised him, but his grandmother was like abusive to him, and it messed him up or something. And he just has this like cook fetish for being like rejected by girls, and he gets off to it. Like I don't understand it. It's creepy. Yeah, it is disturbing. Wow, this is a really weird stream, isn't it? This has turned into like some Sigmund Freud ass shit, man. Like some really creepy, innit? I didn't start these conversations, I'm just responding to the viewing audience demand, Let it be known I did not start this. It's really weird seeing a dark Mexican wearing a gay sweater, metal boots, and a Russian fur hat. Yeah, that's something I'm struggling to picture in my mind. Seeing that, where was I? His Excellency can just buy OnlyFans, and the models can all live in Saudi Arabia. Yeah. He should buy OnlyFans and then just shut it down. He should do the world a favor, Oh yeah. Turkey will make you disappear if you refuse to hold his hand. You'll end up getting stoned. You'll end up with your head on a pike somewhere. Yeah, Crowder is a weirdo. Crowder is like again. I've seen videos of him dressed as a woman, acting all creepy. Like he is so strange. He really is. Turkey dumps on the OnlyFans model's face. Yeah, yeah. True Geordie will be jealous if that happens. Yeah, he did. Steven Crowder wore a dress. It's creepy. I like Turkey because he made us see Zhang beat up Wilder. Yeah, I like him for that. Yeah, Ben Shapiro was Israel. America first. Yeah, Brum Ben Shapiro at least is pro-life. And is he really though? He's pro-life in regards to abortion, but he's not pro-life in regards to bombing Gaza, is he? He's not pro-life there. I like Ben Shapiro when first starting out. Yeah, a lot of people did, but then they found out his true intentions and they knew that he was a degenerate scumbag. I couldn't be in the army these days getting yelled at by some obese rug muncher. Mate, if I was in the army and someone tried to scream in my face, I'd bitch slap them. And then what are they going to do? Kick me out the army? I didn't want to be there in the first place. Zesty goths. Is there any other kind? Yeah, voice acting will be replaced by AI. You can actually make songs on AI now. My missus made one about Papa John's. And it was actually pretty good. It was stuck in my head for ages. she got like an app on the phone which did like you just type in a subject and it makes a song for you, and it's actually pretty good. Better than the songs you hear on the radio. Do you think Golden Boy will start promoting their OnlyFans their own OnlyFans events once the funding for boxing goes dry. Well, a lot of boxers are promoting OnlyFans, like Andy Ruiz. Andy Ruiz has OnlyFans on his shorts when he fights, or he did in his last fight. I prefer Nordic's voice in animated movies over Seth Rogen. Yeah, I could do a better Donkey Kong than Seth Rogen. I tell you that. I could do a better Mantis than Seth Rogen. I'm sick of hearing Seth Rogen's voice. Like, why is he in every animated movie? You okay? Oh, thanks. Babe. Oh, thank you, baby. Cheers. Love you. Oh, I just got a sandwich brought into me. See that? I just got this. Banging. A piece and egg. An egg sandwich with potato scone. Beautiful. That's good, man. That's banging. Beautiful. Where was I? Say Christ is King 3 times in a mirror, and an angry dwarf known as Ben Shapiro will appear behind you. Yeah, he'll appear behind you and he'll say, excuse me, but that's anti-Semitic. I don't think you should be saying that. They did rituals trying to curse Josh. Yeah, the zesty goths were trying to get him. They were trying to put a curse on him. The Talmud is the most disgusting book ever. It allows nonsense, and it says Jesus is burning. Yeah, mate. Do you know what? I'm not even going to repeat that. I know. I've heard it, but I can't even say that openly without feeling like I want to do penance. Put it that way. That's how much that offends me. It really does. It's really, really bad. I'm going to tear up just thinking about it. Goths are devil worshippers. A lot of them are, but most of them are just larpy, attention-seeking idiots. You know, most of them don't even know anything about the devil, about God. You know, they're just edgelords basically trying to act out and get attention. Most of them. Oh, it's beautiful. They used to hang out in a crystal shop. I mean, it gets worse and worse. They hang out in a crystal shop. Yeah. They probably think that it gives them luck or something. I don't know. Even though the programming, you can sense women's care. Yeah, through the programming, you can sense women's caring nature. Yeah, some women that you talk to, you can sense that they would be good mothers or good nurturers, good wives. You know, I mean, look, a woman just brought me a sandwich. You guys heard it, so they're not all bad. You know, some of them know their place and they're worth the time and the effort. You know, what would a virtual waifu have brought me a sandwich? No, of course not. They ain't capable. They don't have arms and legs. You know. Brett Cooper is doing her own Snow White film to count. Mate, is Brett Cooper a man? Because I've been trying to find this out for ages. I looked at Brett Cooper for 1 second. I'm like, that's a man. That's definitely, that's got to be a man. Like, it's literally a guy sitting in a. It's like Ben Shapiro in a wig, sitting in a Daily Wire studio, pretending to be a teenage girl in a bedroom. It's not even a bedroom. It's a Daily Wire studio. I mean, come on, man. And they would post pictures on Instagram with the crystal penis necklaces and their usernames. Mate, if I see someone with a username with a 666, I block them immediately from my channel. It's not tolerated here. Yeah, there was a study proving that most of the accounts on Pornhub, women made up a majority. Yeah, it's true. The vast majority of porn is consumed by women. A lot of people don't know that. Not heard of Shapiro or Crowder for a few years. Had they been exposed as fake opposition? Sounds like, yeah. Well, Steven Crowder was exposed long ago of being a grifter, and what'd you call it? Ben Shapiro, just a evil Zionist scum, you know? Yeah. That's the thing. Rug munchers are always buying strap-ons. I thought they didn't like cock. I thought they were attracted to other women. So if they're attracted to other women, what's with all the strap-on Sally stuff? What's that all about? Why are they using strap-ons? It doesn't make sense. Why are they using dildo? Yeah, Chris Mannix. No, Chris Mannix buys a dildo with like a picture of Demetrius Andrade, you know, his face on it. Every conservative network needs a hot chick with her tits out to tease the Kuma viewers. Yeah, like a Lauren Southern or a Tommy Loren or something, and they've got to have all the guys in the comments saying it's great to see a feminine woman in the conservative movement. You're so beautiful, and it's just like all these like simp ass like cock comments, and it's like, dude, grow up, man. Like, she's not gonna sleep with you. Stop trying. Like, seriously. She doesn't even know you. The furry thing all started after that song. What does the fox say? Oh yeah, that what does the fox say? That's an annoying song. Very annoying song. I don't think it. I think it was me that caused it. I guess I'm getting the boot after. No, you can stay. I said, look, this is a what do you call it? This is a open forum. Anyone, free speech is supported as long as you don't support Deontay Wilder. Then it's all good. Do you think ghosts and the paranormal are real? Well, put it this way. Let me be very delicate about this. These paranormal investigators and all these paranormal YouTubers are all fake. Every single one of them is a grifter. That every single one of these things is staged. Like Ghost Adventures, the TV show, where they like get the night vision out and they're like, "What was that? I heard a noise. That thing is moving. What was that?" Like that stuff's all fake. It's all crap. It's all a grift. But do I believe in spirits? Do I believe in the a spiritual realm? Absolutely. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe that he died. I believe that he rose. And I believe that there are demons and angels. I believe that, absolutely. But it's not the way it's portrayed online, and it's not the way it's portrayed in media. There aren't earthbound spirits possessing inanimate objects and all that rubbish. That's complete crap. It's a complete grift. All right. The people who are looking for that sort of stuff, what they need is they need Jesus Christ. That's what they need. I remember when my mate purchased expensive jewelry for a girl who wasn't even interested in him that way. Me and my other friend both facepalmed and shook our heads at the time. I remember my mate in school did that. He bought a necklace for this girl he wanted to date. And I think I asked her about it later. I'm like, did he give you that necklace or are you together? And then she was like, no, he's an idiot. I don't even like him. Like she was like saying he's nothing to me. That was what she said about my mate. And I was just like, wow, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? I'm like, I hope you gave him it back. That's horrible, It's believed about 1 in 1,000 people are truly asexual. Most of those who pretend to be are faking it. I've even seen asexual dating site. Yeah. What? Asexual dating site? That doesn't even make sense. That's not even a thing. Like, oh, is it? This has been a great live. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, it has been quite. I've enjoyed it. It's been fun, isn't it? All the AI voices will sound like Seth Rogen. Yeah. Could you imagine that? Like every animated movie and all the characters are just Seth Rogen. Dude, weed. That's like the extent of Seth Rogen's comedy, Yeah, you're probably right. That had occurred to me that both, most of the songs on the radio probably are AI. They sound like they could be, Ruiz and Chisora had OnlyFans shorts. They did. Could you imagine following Derek Chisora's OnlyFans? What's he gonna do? Show you his arse and all that? Like, is Derek Chisora gonna have people simping for him? Yeah. Derek Chisora is a creep, man. He is. Yeah, based girlfriend brought Nordic a sandwich. Exactly. See. Some of us have got a good woman, who keeps, who does what they're meant to do. I'm not gonna say anything disrespectful, but yeah, she knows her place. Put it that way. Yeah, she is a keeper. She is. I love her. I love her very much. I really do, and I hope to God she's not watching this. I hope she's not in there listening. Like. Floyd promoted OnlyFans when he was doing Logan Paul. Also, a lot of fighters are doing it then. A lot of fighters. Nordic had his girl make him a sandwich. Chad. See, so that's the thing. I didn't even ask her. I didn't even ask her to make me it. She just did. She did it off her own back because she's a keeper. She's a good girl. Malik's got a woman kitty on Only I didn't know that. On OnlyFans is now dating that brown chick from CBS Sport. Is he now? Interesting. It's disturbing, man. I've seen fighters with a Bible verse on the front of their shorts and OnlyFans on the back. Again, it's like that's like the thing earlier saying an asexual dating site. It's one of them things. It's like, wait, what? Like, how? It doesn't even make sense. Would you make turkey a sandwich? Well, again, if I didn't make turkey a sandwich, I might end up in a body bag. So yeah, I'm making my turkey sandwich. How about that? Nordic made me a sandwich warrior. Yeah, yeah, that can be my new nickname. Make me a sandwich. Make me a sandwich. See, I'm that much of a Chad, innit? Women like making sandwiches and cooking too. Once you make them realise it's like having your own cook or servant. Yeah, it's really awesome. No, but it is true though. A lot of women do like cooking. It's like I think it's like therapeutic for a lot of women. Like it helps them relax and take their minds off things. And you know, it's just it's like a creative process. They like to make food that's like tastes good, and they like doing new things. Like I know my missus is like that. She likes cooking different things and new things and trying new things. So yeah, it's good. I'm convinced that many left wingers are demonically possessed. When they hear Bible verses, they start screaming like they're in pain. Yeah, I've heard that too. Like, see when you see street preachers and they'll start preaching the gospel, and when they use specific Bible verses, you hear the screeching from some of these liberals. It's creepy. Like they literally screech. Like it's like you know, like in a movie when like The Exorcist or something. You see these what do you call it? You see these demons like when they're being cast out of somebody. That's what it's like when they respond to these preachers. It's like the demon is coming out of them. You see it in their eyes. They're like they start reddening up and they start screeching. It's scary. It actually is quite disturbing, you know. Yeah, the AI don't have legs yet. Maybe in the future. It'll be like that movie AI, where they actually had like sex robots in that movie. Remember? I'm gonna subscribe to OnlyFans and pay for a model to make me a virtual TV dinner like Plankton and SpongeBob. Yeah, yeah. Why not a virtual TV dinner? Oh, are you on about Brett Cooper? I've not looked at Brett Cooper's ass. I've only seen a face, and it looks like a guy to me. Looks like Ben in a wig. Yeah, it's Brett Cooper, Ben Shapiro's separated brother. R.I.P. Thunderdome. Yeah, he's got the gun out now. He's realized his mistake. He's like, oh no. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have shattered your world there, you know. Yeah, make me a perfect Nordic sandwich. Absolutely, man. Would Brett Cooper make a guy a sandwich? I don't think so. She'd expect the sandwich to be made for her. Yeah, the dominance fetish. A lot of people are into that, aren't they? Ben Shapiro's sister Abby has a massive milk jugs though. I don't think I've ever seen his sister. Pastor Martin Semba is base. Yeah, absolutely. God bless him. Even with that Blair White tranny, they're doing that. Yeah, oh yeah, Blair White. Mate, do you know what? Right, that Blair White, right? I remember I saw the title of one of his videos. I didn't watch the video. I didn't click on it, but I saw the title of the video, and it said, "Looking at photos of when I used to be a boy with my boyfriend." Mate, I saw that, and I shit you not, I felt physically. I'm not even exaggerating. I felt physically like I was gonna vomit just seeing that title. My balls went up inside me, and I started shaking like I was gonna vomit my guts out after seeing that. It made me so sick. It traumatized me, and like I think I like shut the computer off. I'm like, get that away from me right now. Just the thought of that made me physically sick. The Blair White sitting there wearing a wig covered in makeup with a guy and looking at photographs of when he was a boy, mate. Oh, I don't even have the vocabulary. Yeah, that sums it up. I don't have the vocabulary to describe how sick that makes me, you know. Tommy Lauren is a cheap bed rent, cheated on a fiance. Yeah, yeah. Another just another like blowjob bimbo who was like pimping all the like incels and simps for views. You know, yeah, the ghost hunters are zesty gods. An average chick can make loads of money by wearing a push-up bra and talking about something men enjoy like basketball or MMA. Yeah, classic example of that. Michelle Joy Phelps. Michelle Hoare Phelps, as she's commonly known as. Classic example of that. She knows nothing about boxing, but she's got a push-up bra and big tits, so she gets a lot of men viewing her, you know. Yeah, Kathy Newman to Jordan Peterson. So you're saying that was funny. I remember watching that years ago and just watching like Jordan Peterson because they tried to trap him in that interview and he absolutely like embarrassed her in that interview. Yeah, the spiritual realm is real without a doubt, but it's not the way it's depicted on TV. I believe that the ghosts are supposed dead relatives or demons. Absolutely, people are tricked into thinking that it's their dead relatives. It's not. It's some sort of malevolent spirit, if nothing else, you know. That's what it is. Yeah, not that TV BS. Oh, what was that? Did you hear that? Yeah. Oh, what was that? That thing knocked up, and then one of the camera guys taps the wall. Did you hear that? What was that noise? It's a ghost. Imagine being Kathy Newman's son and seeing everyone in the comment section of Jordan Peterson interview mock your mother. Yeah, she became a laughing stock because Channel 4 usually are able to twist people's words and make them look stupid, but it didn't work on Jordan Peterson. Like, he humiliated her in that interview. And I think they regret that big time because they've not had him back on since, you know. There's a testimony of one guy who was into witchcraft who ended up coming to Jesus and said the spiritual realm is more real than the physical realm. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of stories like that. Look up Cornelius Agrippa. I think it was Cornelius Agrippa anyway. It was an occultist who later at the end of his life turned to Christ. And listen to what his last words were, the things he said at the end. It's interesting. I remember an episode of Most Haunting. You can clearly see the guy's hand throwing something in the dark. Mate, yeah, that Most Haunted is completely fake. Like, there was one actually. There's a guy on YouTube called Oh My Gosh. I don't know if you've heard of him, but this guy will make these like fake paranormal videos. He literally, like, there was like a bouncy ball or something. It was like this purple like blow up ball or whatever, and the door was open, and you could see the curtain blowing because clearly somebody was blowing like a wind pump or something, and it moved the ball. And they're like, that ball is moving itself. It's a ghost, and it's so obviously fake. But you see people in the comment section like, wow, that house is haunted. My house is haunted too, and all these idiots. And I'm like, are these people trolling or do they really believe this stuff? Like I don't get it, man. I just don't get it. I used to, that stuff for girls I liked, never again. Yeah. Yeah, I just like my own things, you know. Conservative normies are down so bad that they simped for that real life demon, Laura Loomer. Looks like Jigsaw doll from Saw, yeah. Mate, they'll simp for any fake woman, you know, who pretends to be who like LARPs as a conservative, you know, cosplaying. Yeah, Chisora showed his big arse once. Yeah, he did. So he might do that on OnlyFans. Speaking about that Del Boy though, I remember like recently there was that woman on TikTok or whatever that said the N-word. And she's basically she's one of these like fake trad wives, right? So she's some woman who dresses up in a bikini and does cooking in the kitchen, and she's like, "Look at me, I'm a trad wife." And it's like she's just the same as any of these e-girls, but she's marketing a conservative audience. And I'm like, it doesn't make any sense. How is she a trad wife? She's an e-girl on the internet. Like, if she was really a trad wife, she wouldn't be on the internet, would she? She'd be making dinner for her husband, not for subscribers to look at, you know? I was at church camp and I saw a guy get delivered from a demon. It was pretty inconvenient because I was talking to a super pretty white girl while it happened. Yeah, super pretty white girl will distract you from even a demon possession. Who's the donkey now? Do you want me to put it on you? Lomachenko could whoop Tank for 12, and the American judges will find the win for Tank. Yeah, the judges will just be reading a book or something, or on OnlyFans while on their phone, like Terry O'Connor while the fight's on. Joe Rogan's comedy is awful. It's the equivalent of watching O'Colly box. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Joe Rogan. I'm not a big fan of him personally. Well, that was banging. I very much enjoyed that. All right, Derek Chisora is going to make a video with Dean White. Yeah, they can make an OnlyFans video. Fried egg sandwiches are great with a cup of tea and maybe an iron brew. Yeah, I've got both. I've got a cup. She brought me a cup of tea as well, and I've got iron brew. So yeah, that's good. I can wash it down with this. Yeah, it's good. I had fried egg and potato scone in the sandwich. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Oh yeah, I love a bacon sandwich as well. Absolutely. Floyd, I'm gonna tell you this. OnlyFans is one hell of a platform. This woman is a model made with the promotions. OnlyFans, we're going to work. Hard to watch is yeah. Hard work and dedication. Like, what is it that Floyd says? He says, like I said before, I made a lucrative deal. Even the women that are smarter than men love cooking. Yeah, of course they do. That's the thing. Like, see, I don't really like cooking, but I can do it if need be. Like, but I notice women love cooking. Like, it's just so like I said, it's like therapy to them. It's like a creative process for them. You know. I'd even go as far as to say every woman likes cooking. Every woman should like cooking. You know. But yeah, how's it going, Achilles, man? God bless you. Good to see you again, man. I want to see Nordic tell a lawyer girl to make them a sandwich. Yeah. That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? Hey, she'll probably do it as well. Amir, the Skype wanker corn. Yeah, that was disturbing, wasn't it, man? It's creepy. Considering Haney and Jermaine Ortiz was able to compete with Loma, yes, I do. Not in a real fight, though, I don't think. Amir Khan banging one out on Skype. Now, if there's a video I've not paid to watch, yeah. Listen, you couldn't pay me to watch that. You couldn't pay me to watch Amir Khan doing that, you know? Loma handled Haney very easily, yeah. Yeah, Loma won, clearly. Turkey would porta potty her. Women don't even need to be good or know the area they're working in when it comes to the media. Yeah, of course they don't, because all they got to have is a pair of tits and a push-up bra, and then they're good, you know? Ben Shapiro's sister promoted the vax with her tits. Did she now? Oh, I didn't see that. Hey, fight fans, yeah. Have you heard about that cannibal warlord, General Butt Naked? Is this a troll? Felt sick learning the things he did back. I've never heard. And I think, are you winding me up? I've never heard of that. Like, yeah. Michelle Joy Phelps is a sket, without a doubt. Again, if that thing didn't have a pair of tits, and would you ever listen to her opinion on boxing? Oh yeah, Jordan Peterson's daughter. I'm not a fan of. I don't listen to her. You know. People participate in that Ouija board stuff and witchcraft when the Bible warns not to mess around with that stuff for a reason. Yeah, there's specific Bible verses that warn against, like divination and tarot and all that rubbish. You know, it's the type of shit people do when they're searching for something spiritual when all they need is Jesus Christ. You know, we all know a Kathy Newman, even if we'd rather not have. Yeah, certainly. Are you going to watch The Resurrection of Christ next year? Mel Gibson's directing it again. Yeah, I'll watch it, but I'm concerned about it. Put it that way, you know, because I don't want them to bastardize the Bible in any way. You know, if it's if it's for God, it should be amazing. It should be. You know, it shouldn't be some half-assed bullshit. And you know, the Passion of Christ was a great depiction of the crucifixion of Christ, and I don't want them to make the new one. I don't want them to make it for modern audiences. Put it that way, you know. In quotation, yeah. Most ghost videos are easy to debunk. Yeah, of course they are, because most of them are just flat out obviously fake. You know. The haunting videos are much like Gordon Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen series. It's all sensationalized, yeah. And most of them are just actors. You see that Hell's Kitchen show, it's the same shit every single episode. It's like they'll make the dinner and then they'll be like, hey, all of you come here. Look at it, touch it. It's raw. Get out of here. And he's like screaming in people's face. And I'm like, if this was real, like if this wasn't on TV, if it was a real restaurant, do you think the chef would be like screaming in people's face and telling them to touch the food and be like, "Get out, get out!" Like it's so obviously fake and scripted, you know. And they do, yeah. It's degeneracy, you know. I don't like Gordon Ramsay, by the way. He's a bully. He's another like fake tough guy who thinks he's hard. Like, but I remember that there was like one of them shows where a guy he was like talking shit to a guy, talking trash to him. The guy was like a former Marine or something. And the guy offered him to stand outside. No, the guy went up to him and he's like, let's take this outside then. And Gordon hid behind the security. And then his tone changed immediately. And he was like, you've got no respect. And I'm like, you were just screaming in the guy's face, calling him an asshole. And when he bigs up to you, you're like, you've got no respect. And like, somebody should just lay that cunt out. Seriously. He's a bully. And he's a fake tough guy, you know? Davis gonna beat that white boy. Okay, your pride up in yeah, because he more athletic. He got more skill. He don't like it to the body. Hit that body. He don't like it to the body. There you go. There you go. There was a hilarious fake ghost video called The Ghost Files in 1990, including a guy who claimed to be the spirit of a bloke from 1800. So bad it was brilliant, yeah. And it always follows the same kind of script. Bad owner with good person, yeah. Yeah, the kitchen nightmare one where they go there and it's like they serve like crap food and it's like the food's all comes out of out of like a freezer. Nothing's fresh. And then Gordon's like, what you need to do is you need to make fresh food and you need to change the decor and this that, and it's just obviously fake and scripted for TV, you know? No, for real though, Lomachenko should destroy Davis if everyone's fair. Yeah, if it's a real fight, he absolutely schools and dominates him, as far as I'm concerned. Like the difference in technical ability is far too wide, you know. It's more traditional for a woman to be a stripper, a prostitute, than to be some sort of political commentator. Yeah, you're right about that. Like if she's a political commentator, she's definitely not a trad wife. She doesn't have time to, cook the dinner, look after the kids, and make sure they get to school. Make sure make sure they're clean, all that other stuff, and spend time with the husband and be a political commentator. You know, that's a careerist if you're doing that. You know, shilling to a conservative audience is the lucrative grift. A very lucrative grift. I've had an idea of experiment to make a commentary channel that's just spouting normie conservative views to see how far it gets. Do you know what you should do that, Dell? You've got like because on your Disturbed Reality channel, you've got a big audience. You could see if the normie conservative views on a commentary channel, if you could get like a crossover appeal, like get people from that channel to subscribe to that, and maybe you might make a lot of money off it. You never know. Yeah, you'll be amplified by Russian bots. Yeah, hopefully you get plenty of revenue. You know, it's the Lauren Southern types are just prostitutes in another way. Yeah, they whore themselves out for views online, and they whore themselves out to the media. Oh yeah, every time. R.I.P. based horse. Absolutely, horses are all based, kind of. You know, I like cooking a fry up or a steak. That's about it. Yeah. I love cooking a steak, man. I cooked a steak the other day after the gym. Like, I went. It was that that what was it Monday that I uploaded that video? No, it was Friday. You know when I uploaded my last training video. As soon as I came home from that session, I fried a big ass rump steak and I had it with 2 fried eggs. It was beautiful, man. I like a fry up too. I've not had one in a while. It's beautiful. I watched that Skype video of Amit, and now I can see why Floyd Dr. Khan. I can't believe you watched it, man. Finding an actual genuine base conservative woman is rare, man. Most of them are used up and trying to look for attention from simps. Yeah, sadly. Yeah, but they're out there. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's difficult, but they're out there. Noticed Amir Khan volunteered for the Pakistani military and not the British military. Shows you where his loyalty is like. Yeah, I've been saying that for years. Does people support Amir Khan claiming he's British, but he doesn't support Britain? He doesn't wave the British flag. Him and his family all represent Pakistan. So, but they're okay to accept British money and get protection from the British fraternity. That's why. Same with Anthony Joshua. That's why Pujordi is trying to get his feet under the table in Saudi. He wants Turkey to take a big dump on him. Yeah, that's. I've heard some nasty ass rumors about that guy. Turkey should porta party Sky Nicholson for sleeping with a married man. Oh yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, I don't like Peterson's daughter either. She just gives me thought vibes. General Butt Naked is real. Joshua Milton Blurry. I'm gonna look that up. I don't know anything about it. I've never heard of it before, so I'll need to look that up. All Tank has to do is pay one bum a year to take a dive for him, and his fangirls go around saying he KOs Loma and's a pedo. Yeah, exactly. Tank's a, he's just a new Wilder, isn't he? He's the same crap. To be honest, I favour Tank at this point. Loma's slowed physically enough for Tank to catch him. He would have more in Loma's prime. See, I don't think he slowed down that much. Like from the fight against Kambosos, he's still got good stamina, still fast. He seems to be sitting down on his punches more. Like I honestly think if it's a real fight, he's got more than enough to beat to beat Tank, in my opinion. Wow, I've missed a lot in the chat. Let me head back here. Wait there. That guy just checked out my snacks at the store, was wearing a pride bracelet. I don't want to touch my change. I might get AIDS. Do you know, I was in a shop the other day and I bought something and the guy behind the counter it was like a pride t-shirt, but it said "We're all family," and it had a bunch of people of different races with the trans logo on, and it was like guys dressed as women. Like literally it looked like a custom made t-shirt, and it had like trans people on it and all that. And I'm just like, but it was like an Asian guy, and I'm like, what? What's going on here? And I'm like, yeah, I'm not going into that shop again. Don't want to buy anything off him. From Liberia, some country George Way's from. Pretty sure Way was a better guy. Yeah, Gibson is going to make another great movie. Yeah, I love Mel Gibson's movies. I think he's a great director. Like Hacksaw Ridge, for example, was fantastic. Yeah, I like Passion of Christ. Take a shower, Josh, and put your snacks in the dishwasher. Yeah, you got to sterilize them, innit? But which version? The earthly version has the spiritual realm version. Mel said he has two versions. Oh, interesting. I didn't know there was two versions. I'll need to look that up. Yeah, UK Kitchen Nightmares is way better than USA one. I don't like either, to be honest. I think they're both scripted garbage, personally, Definitely not winding you up. General Butt Naked is a mad name. If you want to watch some videos on YouTube about him. Yeah, I will do. I'll look him up. Yeah. Gordon Ramsay's a bully and a coward. Yeah, I agree. He is. Don't like him one bit. Joseph should have mentioned he was the boyfriend of his daughter. What are you on about, General Butt Naked? This guy sounds like a madman. Yeah. Don't be surprised if Davis does fight him. How's he going to weight drain Loma when Loma's the smaller guy? Long as Loma doesn't get clipped. Yeah, I think it's a real fight. Like I said, I think Loma schools him. I really do. I think he's just so much better. Tank is easy to outbox. He was outboxed by Rolly Romero. I mean, come on. He was. Tank is easy to outbox. Loma footwork, speed, and reflexes will be too much for Tank, so you won't knock out Lomachenko with one hit. You need volume and something Tank doesn't have. I agree. I can't see a way that Tank could legitimately win. Most of us have had a boss like that in our lives, yeah. Tank is gonna continue to duck Loma. Wouldn't surprise me if he ducked the fight. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. Marco Pierre White, I mean, he's done it for years, hasn't he? Marco Pierre White said in an interview, would you encourage your child to enter the culinary industry if they saw chefs on TV being bollocked all the time? Probably not. Exactly. But that's not what it's like. Like, no chef would ever, if he wanted to keep his staff, would ever speak to their staff the way that Gordon Ramsay speaks to people. Never. I've actually been to one of Gordon Ramsay's restaurants. He wasn't there, obviously, but he owned it. I went to one of his restaurants in Edinburgh, and I got a beef Wellington. It was very expensive, but it was nice. But I don't like Gordon Ramsay. The guy's a degenerate. He is. And yeah, you'd never speak to your staff like that in any business, especially not in a chef as a chef. Yeah. Tank will probably fight that bum donkey teeth Shakur. Yeah, he could probably beat that feather fisted bum, you know. Women wanted equal rights in all areas. They got it. Now most of them do shit like nursing and midwifery. Yeah. Yeah, that's more of a woman's job, innit? Am I like losing my place in this chat? I feel like I've clicked the wrong button and I've gone like way back. No, here we are. There's a reason his entire team never wanted Tank to fight Loma. Yeah, true. He's been ducking him since 2016. You know, he's been ducking him for that many years. It's why break tradition now? You know, unless Loma's like 40. That's why I've been saying he literally lost the entire Romero fight until he got the KO. Yeah, he did. He was being outboxed by Rolly Romero. I could outbox Rolly Romero. Yeah, he did. Yeah. He did. He was losing to Rolly Romero, a guy who shouldn't even have a winning record as far as I'm concerned. A complete hype job, you know. I remember on a podcast, Shakur said he would beat Prime Pacquiao. Pacquiao will fix the gap in Shakur's teeth. Yeah, mate, but Pacquiao will knock all his teeth out. He'd have to get new teeth if he fought Pacquiao, and that's after being KO'd in 2 rounds. I mean, Pacquiao KO'd Ricky Hatton in 2 rounds. You think Shakur Stevenson is going to last long against him? No chance. Shakur is pound for pound when it comes to creating captions for his social media posts. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even read them. Don't even read his social media post. Tank was struggling against Francisco Fonseca on the Floyd Mayweather-McGregor undercard. Yeah, he was. He struggled badly in that fight, didn't he? To be fair, bosses like that have been a thing until very recently. You still get the odd relic from 50 years ago, yeah. Yeah, but if you spoke to a staff member like that nowadays, you'd get, you'd get in serious trouble with HR, you know. You really would. It's all theatre, in my opinion. It's acting, you know. Would you rather never eat for the rest of your life or never drink iron brew again? Well, if I never eat, I'd die. So yeah, I'd have to give up iron brew and just drink water, I guess. You know, it'd be better for my health anyway. You know. I hope Shakur gets frozen out. His style turns fans away from boxing. I agree. I don't know how you could sit through an entire fight of his and enjoy it. How could you? Like the guy, I'd rather watch Paulie Malignaggi. At least he actually took some risks. Like Shakur will just throw a little gay boy slap and then run away for the rest of the fight and win on points. It's boring. Who's got time for that? Ain't nobody got time for that. Just boring. I've no time to watch that, you know. How do these people not see this? David gets a KO when his opponents are gassed out because of the rehydration clause. Davis always gets outboxed early. Exactly, just like Terence Crawford. All of his opponents are drained. All of them have a dehydration clause, and he has dodgy gloves, and they're outboxing him, but then they gas out and get caught. But nobody in the mainstream boxing media ever calls this out. Nobody ever thinks, should we put a question mark on these victories? No, everyone just goes along with it because that's just what you're meant to do. It's the narrative, you know. Yeah, Tank will end up like Bumdrade if he takes real fights. He'll get exposed at some point, especially moving up in weight, you know. Would you rather attend a BLM rally or listen to a Ben Shapiro lecture? A BLM rally, because I might get a good scrap with some of them, you know. That'd be fun. I'd enjoy that. I tell you what, I'd love to attend a BLM rally. I'd love to, just to infiltrate it and kick some ass. You know, that'd be fun. You have to be a machoist to enjoy Shakur Stevenson fight. Yeah, you would. Or you must just really, really struggle to sleep. So you need something to help you put you asleep, you know. You could probably make your own homemade iron brew with some fruit and sugar. Yeah, you probably could. So I wouldn't need the real thing, you know. Plus, like I said, if you don't eat, you die, you know. Nobody enjoys Shakur. Their racism just makes them lie and pretend that they do, yeah. And I tell you right now, they're definitely not paying for his fights. Would anybody pay for Shakur Stevenson on pay-per-view? Would Shakur Stevenson even would he even sell a pay-per-view? Would he get like 50,000 buys or something? I very much doubt it. Are people paying would any of these LDBC guys, are they paying for tickets to go and see Shakur fight? Because if they were, he would have a lot more success financially in boxing than he's having currently, wouldn't he? You know? Oh, hey, yo, white boys, don't be representing the sweet science of boxing. That's why y'all be hating Shakira Stevenson. Yeah, y'all be hating. Y'all be hating the sleek science, the king. I am a king. I will rise again. I'm a king that will never give up. I am strong. I am a king. Would you rather? Yeah, how's it going, UGI? God bless you, man. God bless you. Would you rather watch Amir Khan going at it on Skype or do a fixed contract working for Gordon Ramsay? Probably Gordon Ramsay because I could lay him out and do like a Punisher style interrogation on him, like shove his face in like a boiling hot curry. But what did you say to me? Did you call me an asshole? What was that? He was like, no, you've got no respect. You've got no respect. I'm like, shut up, and I'll bitch slap him. No, I ain't watching Amir Khan jacking off on Skype. No chance. BLM rally or Pride rally, either way, risky. But you know what? I don't want to go to a Pride rally. That would scare the life out of me because I'd be scared of getting raped up the ass. But at BLM rally, that probably wouldn't happen. I'd probably just get stabbed or something, and I'd be all right with that. I can handle myself, I'd rather get stabbed than get AIDS. I was rooting for Spence to beat Crawfish, but I knew Crawfish was going to win. Yeah, it seems set up for him in retrospect, doesn't it? Are the Muslims that support Amir even proper Muslims? Because why would anyone with any decency support that guy? I don't think they are. No, I don't think they're like practicing Muslims. They're probably just like born Muslim, and that's what they identify as. But I don't think they actually believe it or practice it. Pride Month and parades are extremely demonic. Yeah, and you see when they, when they make the they change the zebra crossings to like pride colored crossings, and the horses don't want to walk on it. The horses are like, oh, because horses are extremely based and they know that it's degenerate. The horses know. I saw this guy. Yeah, yeah. Hey, didn't I already read that? Am I like losing my place again? Would you rather join your local LGBT movement or listen to the audiobook of Hatman's autobiography in one go? That's a tough one, man. I'll take Hatman's autobiography because I can at least like listen to it unironic, or I can listen to it ironically. Tank depends a lot on his timing to throw his nasty counters. If you disrupt his timing, you win the fight. Loma has the skills and footwork to disrupt Tank's timing very well. Well, yeah, if Loma just throws a southpaw right jab and utilizes lateral movement, how's Tank going to counter him? How's he going to read him? Like, no chance. No chance he's going to do that. Yeah, if you want to see what truly evil people look like, just look at what goes on in Pride events. Yeah, you see them flashing at children and doing public indecency. I've even seen them sexually assault preachers. I've seen that happen before. Like, just look it up online. You'll see. Yeah, I already read that. What is this Khan Skype video you're talking about? Well, no, Khan was masturbating on Skype. Basically, like he was. I don't know. He left the camera on. I've not watched it, but I've heard of it. And yeah, that's what they do. Ben Whitaker, never watched him fight. I saw like a few clips of him on Triple B's channel. That was it. I've never watched him. Aside from that, from what I've heard, no interest whatsoever. Fighters should be praised for fiddling their way through fights like Shakur. We will see a lot with these backfoot Philly shell boxers from the US with their padded records. It's skills, Kerr. Skilled, pay the bills. Jordan Peterson's daughter was getting smashed by Tate. Was she now? Andrew Tate? I think I heard about that actually. Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, that's disturbing. I'm glad Tank abandoned the stupid countering on the ropes with 5'4" forearms and is coming forward now. Well, he has to because he wouldn't get away with it with that sort of reach, Yeah, he is. The Pride lot literally chant every year that they're coming for your children, yet people still defend them. I remember when I used to have Twitter, one of them said to me, "I'm going to turn your children gay," and then I retweeted it and I said, if ever we needed more, like as if we needed more evidence that leftism and pedophilia go hand in hand. And then the person like tried to do damage control. He's like, no, I was obviously joking. I didn't mean it like that. I meant this and that. Like they were like literally panicking because I retweeted that and loads of people saw it. And then I was like, no, you just outed yourself as a pedo and you outed your entire movement as pedos. So just don't do damage control now, you know? The street preachers that go to pride parades got some real bravery. Mate, those guys have got balls of steel. Balls of steel. Like to go to a pride parade where there are thousands of demon possessed degenerates who will literally sexually assault you, like in groups. To go there and preach the gospel, to preach Bible verses to these people and tell them to repent, that takes an amount of bravery I wish I had. I tell you, like balls of steel those people have got. Balls of steel. I'll tell you that right now. Loma isn't particularly strong early on, so I don't see him attacking Tank too much early. I don't think he needs to attack him. I just think he needs to step around him and box. Just stick a jab in his face and move. He can't do nothing. And Loma's better on the inside than he is. You can pivot, catch him to the body, take him out just like he did to Cambosos quite easily. So I see it. Uh, what do you think about Deontay's fiance leaving him and the allegations as soon as he got knocked out? Haven't looked into it. Sorry, I've got no idea. Yeah, Loma can't take it to the body. He can't take it to the body, but Tank go show it. Ben Whitaker's eyes are too close together. Yeah. His eyes are too close together. He can't see the hooks coming. He's like Wallace from Wallace and Gromit. By the way, thoughts on Davis making Martin flinch? In my opinion, flinching is alpha male instincts. Not gonna lie. What you mean when he like faints and made him? Yeah, because if you're flinching, you're getting ready to avoid the punch and maybe counter. So there's nothing wrong with that, I actually think Muslim tranny only ghettos could have legs as an idea. I'm convinced Pride is a wind up to make patient, tolerant people snap. Well, if they haven't snapped by now, they never will. I just looked up Jordan Peterson's daughter, brutal black pill. Yeah, she's a degenerate, mate. She is. I noticed that a lot of Muslims tend to be undercover atheists or Christians. In the UK, they're losing their faith. Yeah, they call it the avalanche of apostasy. There's a lot of Muslims are leaving Islam, and a lot of them are turning to Christ, which is a good thing. It's what we've prayed for. We've prayed for people to come to Christ, I don't have any kids, but if one of them freaks came anywhere near my family, they'd be eating soup for a straw. Yeah, I would kneecap them if they came near my kids, my family, Yep, they're demons. That's what those people are, demons. Or they're at least demon possessed. The way these degenerates react tells you, the street preachers tells you everything you need to know about them being demonically possessed. Yeah, the street preachers preach the gospel, and the demons hear it, and it triggers them, and that's why they react so violently. Pride parades make me uncomfortable. They have one in Preston every year, and I make a point of staying away. Plenty of gay and lesbian people just want to be left in peace. Yeah, but they're all severely mentally ill, and they need Jesus. That's what they need, What's next for your gaming and boxing channel? For this channel, I don't know. I've not got anything planned, but the gaming channel, I kind of lost a lot of my progress, so I'm taking like a couple of weeks break from it, and I've got a few things in mind, but nothing in production yet. So we'll see what happens with it. It's going to be a slow couple of weeks for both channels, I think. The freaks are not representative of them and cause a lot of anger. Yeah. Flinching is natural. Someone points a gun in your face and pulls the trigger, you're going to flinch, aren't you? It's just natural, I wouldn't be shocked if Wilder fought Jared Anderson to the Usyk Fury rematch, called as a co-headliner. Jared Anderson had probably beat him at this point in time. Not even kidding. It wouldn't surprise me if it happened, though. Loma has a good chin, so I don't see Tank beating him by stoppage. He couldn't KO Isaac Cruz. He was struggling that fight. Yeah. Isaac Cruz won that fight. He did. So if he can get outboxed by Isaac Cruz, he can get outboxed by Loma, I'm talking about when Davis made Martin flinch at the face-offs. Davis fangirls were making fun of Martin. Yeah, well, again, that's just like gay boy shit. Like, oh, he flinched. That means he can't fight. Look, someone goes to punch me in the face, I'm gonna flinch, and then I'm gonna if I think they're gonna punch me, I'm gonna immediately throw a jab in their face. And then they'll pay for not flinching. If they don't. I would hope a fighter would flinch, especially a professional fighter who's been hit before and who knows how to avoid it, These preachers also got some serious patience to not punch them when they start getting in their faces. Mate, like if these demons got in my face screaming, I don't think I could stand there and tell them I love them and I'll pray for them. I would like to think I had that kind of courage. I don't think I do. And hopefully one day I can have that kind of courage. You know, I would want to knock them out. I would react violently, but these preachers, like, again, these people have got balls of steel. They're so brave, and they can control their urges. It's beautiful, actually. It really is. Yeah, I need to get back to doing that. Fantasy fights and career retrospectives. I need to get back on track with it. I just not had the motivation to do it. You know. Yeah, you better flinch or you get KO'd. That's what happens. You know. It's true. Some gays aren't even gay, but they have been groomed from childhood to be that way. It's very sad. Yeah, yeah. I hope they find Jesus before it's too late. You hear it all the time. Kids from orphanages that get abused sexually and then they become gay because it messes up their hormonal balance, you know, and also being fed soy and estrogen their whole life, you know, messes up their hormones and messes them up, you know. I don't see Loma accepting rehydration clause because that's the only way how the fight will happen. Yeah. But I don't think it'll matter anyway because Loma doesn't really gain a lot of weight after the weigh-in. I think he only gains about 10 pounds. So even I don't think a rehydration clause will bother him, if truth be told. The older generation Muslim tend to be more radical. When they're gone, Islam is finished. Jared, I'm only 23, Anderson. Yeah, sure. Yeah, and Luis Ortiz was only 40. Yeah. What do you think? Um, what do you do for work? How do you maintain your views and dignity without working 9 to 5 job? Well, right now I'm supposed to be starting a new job, but they're dragging their heels. I was meant to start a couple of weeks ago, but they had to get my it's a thing called a Disclosure Scotland. It's like a background check to prove you're not a paedophile or something, and they got that. Then they kept moving the goalpost. They say now we need to check out 2 references. So I gave them my references, but they couldn't get a hold of one of them. So I had to contact someone else, an old colleague, to be my second reference. And they've checked that out. And I actually emailed them today to find out when my starting date was, but they haven't gotten back to me. In fact, they might have. I haven't checked my email since this morning. So maybe I don't know. I'm supposed to be starting a job anytime soon. And up until about 2.5 months ago, I was working for about 3 years. I was a caretaker. So I have worked 9 to 5 jobs, yeah. Just right now I'm between jobs, basically, you know. This generation been groomed by predators and believe this nonsense, behave in the disgusting way that they do. Yeah, they've been brainwashed to believe that this kind of stuff is normal when it's not, you know. Of course it's not. How would a Beterbiev fared at cruiserweight against the likes of Gassiev, Usyk, or Briedis? Do you know? I think he'd have done very well. I think Beterbiev has the genetic ability, the strength, the power to do very well at cruiserweight. Like to me, it's 50-50 with Gassiev and Briedis, but I think he would have lost to Usyk, probably on points. I'd still like to see that fight. Those guys were amateur rivals, so I'd like to see that fight. To be honest, if someone tried to make you flinch, it's a great opportunity to get an easy KO. Exactly, because you know that they're just fronting, whereas you can throw a real punch afterwards. And, you know, they'll think twice about it in the future. Will Britain be a majority white Christian nation again? No, that'll never happen. Do you believe most of the world will turn to Christ again? Most of the world won't, sadly, I don't think. But those of us who believe and those of us who who know Jesus will. And you know, that's all we can do is pray for those people who don't. You know, hopefully they do. Little did Nordic know that when they were doing the nonce background check, they were disappointed that you weren't. Well, yeah. They did my background check, and they found out I wasn't a nonce, and they were like, "Oh, that's disappointing, man. We need to find a more suitable candidate." You know, guarantee you, if I told them I was a tranny, I'd have got a start date immediately. You know, I missed a trick there. You know, yeah, there probably is ways around it. Do you believe Jesus is coming back soon with everything going on in the world? Well, I think everything going on in the world right now is a sign of the end times, but I don't think anybody can know except God himself when that day will be, when it actually happens. I don't think anybody knows. Oh yeah, but Beterbiev couldn't make 168. You know, he struggles to make 175 as it is, you know. and he's nearly 40 now. You think Mike Tyson is overrated? Yeah, yeah. Not a bad fighter, great fighter, definitely a great heavyweight, but I do think he's overrated. I don't think he's anywhere near as good as advertised. Surely the world will turn to Christ when it's obvious. Well, you would think, wouldn't you? But people have been so brainwashed by the government, they've been so brainwashed that they don't know what to. They wouldn't know Christ because they never knew him. And don't get tricked by fake Christian like Ryan Garcia, who's an absolute degenerate. Oh yeah, I'm not going to be tricked by him. Don't worry. He's just controlled opposition, as far as I'm concerned. That's as far as it goes with him. Yeah, according to the revelations, the Antichrist will come back first. But that's the thing, we don't know who the Antichrist is. The Antichrist will fake the return of Jesus, and many people will be fooled, sadly. Canelo is waiting till Arthur gets older. Yeah, I don't think that'll happen, personally. Hatman has a massive ego for no reason, yeah. Because he's the hardest man in London. That's why he's got a big ego. Yeah, with Snack, Arthur can make 147 and fight Boots Ennis, yeah. Or with Boots Ennis scales. Yeah, we don't know the day, but the Bible says you can know the season and the times you are living in, yeah. Because again, there'll be many revelations that will happen before the end times come. Yeah. Hatman can't admit when he's wrong. He's a massive narcissist. Yeah, but the normies love that. The normies like to support narcissists like him, don't they? That's why he's got so many subscribers. That's why he's so popular on here. I believe Ryan Garcia did cheat, but Devin Gainey deserves it for weight bullying and being with Conte. Yeah, of course. What, you think Haney was clean? You think he wasn't on PEDs? Of course he was. Of course he was. He's look at the size of him. How does he make weight? He's obviously on PEDs. It's too obvious. Thoughts on Ennis? I watched one fight of Ennis. I think it was the what fight was it? I watched the Chris Van Heerden fight, but I don't count that because that was over in a round and it was a no decision or no contest. But I watched Ennis's fight. I think I watched some of his fight with Sergey Lipin yet, so he looked okay, but seems to be a guy who relies too much on his size. I'm not convinced by him, if truth be told. Have you heard the theory that one of William and Kate's kids is the Antichrist? Yeah, I've heard the theory, but I don't know how I feel about it, really. The duck and boots man, he got that. Oh, yeah, Yard could knock out Benavidez. He could. I wouldn't make him the favourite, but it could happen. Mike Tyson was a tremendous for his time and still got a lot of heavyweights today problems despite being shorter, but people make him out to be invincible. Yeah, he's not invincible. Like I think the Klitschko's would have beaten Tyson. I think Tyson Fury would beat him. I think Usyk would school him. Maybe he'd beat Anthony Joshua. I don't know, but I don't think he was as great as people think. I think he was overrated. Yeah, world leaders are all talking about a global currency. They are the signs of the end times and the mark of the beast system. Yeah, that's true. That's true, without a doubt. People say Mike Tyson would destroy in the first round, which I highly doubt. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of fighters went 12 rounds, or went late with Tyson, didn't they? Like, who are low level. Yeah, Boots is a good welterweight because he's so huge. I don't know how he makes weight. Notice how quickly the LDBC stopped talking about their favourite fighters when they lose. They only stayed with Wilder because 78 is friends with him. Yes, 78 just uses Wilder for views. That's all he does. Like, he uses it, he pimps him basically to get ad revenue. Yeah, put Boots in with guys his own size, he gets destroyed. I agree. He should be at 160, like his size. And could you imagine him against Janibek? He would get smashed against Janibek easily. Yeah, Wilder's a joke. I think 85, 88 Tyson was pretty good, and still he started to neglect defense and many aspects of training. Out-of-ring distractions seemed to ruin him long before Douglas. Yeah. I definitely think he's one of these fighters who never reached his full potential. Like, he kind of peaked very early and went off the rails a bit. But I do think he was always beatable, personally. I think he was always beatable. I do. I just watched Hatman. I watched some Hatman, just boring. It's kind of like sporting icons. Yeah, Hatman's just one of these guys. Look, he gives very, very vague, very, very milk toast views on everything, and he's scared to give a real opinion. He just says whatever will get him views, whatever the normies will watch. He's look, it's a grift. That's all Hatman. That's all his channel is. Hatman is a grifter, and his channel is a grift. That's all it is, you know. And I've got no time for that. Yeah, the LDBC have jumped on Boots Ennis. He's their new guy, you know. Yeah, there's a lot of fighters that can beat Mike Tyson. I agree. A lot of them. Yeah, Boots is bigger than Triple G. He literally is. He literally is. You know. Yeah, I think Holyfield and Lewis would have always beaten Tyson. I think they had him figured out. Any stage of his career, I think they'd have beaten him personally. Holyfield is the biggest roided cheating, but well, what you think Tyson wasn't on roids? You think Lewis wasn't? They were all on roids. I agree with you, by the way. Holyfield was a steroid user, no doubt. But yeah, they were all on roids, in my opinion. Yeah, LDBC new guy is gonna get exposed too. Of course he will. They all do, you know. The Ameribombs are taking all the L's. Yeah, and with what's going on with Turkey and the Saudis, a lot of the Americans are being forced to travel now, so they're getting exposed. Like a lot of the, Gary Russell types and Stephen Fulton types, they're all getting exposed for what they are, hype jobs, you know. He never tested positive and she. I wonder how the LDBC feel about Boots being promoted by the white man. Eddie Hearns is the devil, Kurt. You remember they used to say Hearn was a slave master, and Anthony Joshua was his slave. They used to say that. Now they've got Boots being promoted by him, even Wilder being promoted by him. So, is what it is, you know. LDBC will soon be gone. All their favorite black Americans are getting beat up so badly. Yeah, they are. Do you think they will still do the fake alien invasion? Yes, like Project Bluebeam, it'll probably be. To me, it seems to me that it was the beginning for a setup last year when they had aliens apparently in a mall in America. Yeah, I heard about that. There was a shooting and they said it was aliens involved. I suspect it'll be like Project Bluebeam. They'll have like fake spaceships and all that, and they'll be like demonic entities, but it'll be, it'll be like it'll be all fake, basically all fake. You know, there'll be demons and they'll make it seem like aliens. Oh yeah, without a doubt. 78's a dirtbag. You know, he should be in prison. Every single top of the line pro level or Olympic athlete are on something. You almost have to be to perform at that level. Yeah, because you have to be to recover. You have to be, you know. Who's Shushu? I've never heard of Shushu. Who's that? I don't know who that is. Apparently, because put a heavy bag from like to just run with to stop him from growing. Shushu just wings big slaps. He was getting pieced up by that fat Mexican 2 days notice. I don't even know who that is. Honestly, don't. Just had a thought. If Tyson does Jake Paul, he can have a Danny Williams rematch in a tent somewhere in Eastern Europe. Latvian Boxing Commission. Yeah, they could literally do that as well. Because Danny Williams still gets licensed to box somehow, despite being severely brain damaged, you know. Yeah, the LDBC didn't rate Haney, you know. Wait 1 sec. Getting low was his best weapon, the explosion upward combo. Yeah, Tyson was good at bending his knees and getting inside and throwing hooks and uppercuts, and he was vicious. He was very good at that. And a lot of fighters couldn't handle it, you know. Hot take, Wilder set American boxing back 10 years, but I do agree that most US fighters are hype jobs. Yeah. Because again, Wilder's fights were just so fake that a lot of people thought that, oh yeah, he can just be perfect for 1 second and land one punch and he'll win the fight. But that doesn't work in real fights, you know? Doesn't work in real fights. I see any alien looking things, I will tell them directly that I know what they are and that they can't hurt me because Christ is king. Absolutely. You put on the armor of God and you'll be fine. Anyway, guys, I'm going to wrap this one up. I'm getting quite tired. I'm going to chill. And yeah, thanks for stopping by. It's been a long ass stream. It's been like 4.5 hours. Wasn't expecting to be on this long. So yeah, thanks to everybody for stopping by. Again, thanks to Ahmed for the contributions. Much appreciated. God bless each and every one of you. Remember, read your Bible. Trust in the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ that you shall be saved. Thanks for watching, and God bless. Oh, and yeah, everyone check out Anthony's stream. He's going to be starting a stream. And yeah, God bless all of you, man. God bless.